The sun is setting over the Danube, casting long, bruised shadows across the stone ramparts of a lonely fortress where the wind carries the scent of pine resin, cold, damp earth, and the faint metallic tang of an armorer's forge. The year is not a number we need to hold tightly yet, but a feeling, a sensation of twilight falling over a world that once believed it would live in eternal noon. Close your eyes now. Let the heaviness of your own day drift away like smoke rising from a distant watchfire. Imagine you are standing safely on that high wall, wrapped in a heavy wool cloak that scratches gently against your neck, feeling the cool air settle on your skin as the first stars prick the velvet darkness above. It is quiet here, safe in the distance of time, where the chaos of history becomes a rhythm, a heartbeat that slows with yours. The mighty Roman Empire, that vast and seemingly invincible machine of marble and iron, is tired. It is a giant holding its breath. Before we step fully into this river of time, before we meet the man who will change the shape of the heavens themselves, let us anchor ourselves in this moment. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, breathe in the ancient air to understand the light that Constantine claimed to see. We must first be willing to walk through the profound darkness that preceded him, a period historians call the crisis of the 3rd century. It was a time when the very fabric of reality for a Roman citizen seemed to be unraveling, thread by golden thread. For nearly 2 centuries, the empire had enjoyed the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a golden age where a man might walk from the misty hills of Scotland to the burning sands of Syria without ever leaving the protection of Roman law. But as the 3rd century dawned, that peace shattered like a dropped clay vessel. Between the years 235 and 284 AD, a span of time roughly equal to a modern person's working life, the empire convulsed in a nightmare of civil war, economic implosion, and relentless invasion. It was a world tearing itself apart. Imagine living in a time when the news from the capital was not just worrying, but incomprehensible. In just 50 years, over 50 different men claimed the title of emperor. To put that in perspective, imagine if your country had a new leader every single year, and each transition was marked not by a handshake, but by the sword. Being proclaimed emperor in the 3rd century was statistically one of the most dangerous jobs in human history, perhaps slightly safer than being a gladiator, but with significantly worse retirement benefits. Most of these men, known as the barracks emperors, were generals declared emperor by their troops on some muddy frontier, holding power for a few months before being assassinated by rivals, or even their own fickle soldiers. The throne of the world had become a revolving door, spinning so fast that the chroniclers of the time could barely write down the names before they were erased. While the generals played their deadly game of musical chairs, the ordinary life of the empire began to bleed. The economy, once the engine of the Mediterranean, suffered a catastrophic stroke. To pay for the endless wars and to buy the loyalty of the legions, emperors began to debase the currency. The silver denarius, once a symbol of trust and value, slowly turned into a lie. Emperors mixed more and more copper and bronze into the silver until the coins were merely washed in a thin layer of precious metal that rubbed off with use. Inflation raged like a fever, A loaf of bread that cost 1 denarius in your grandfather's time might cost 100 in yours. Trade routes contracted as bandits roamed the roads and pirates swept the seas. The vast interconnected web of commerce that brought grain from Egypt to feed the poor of Rome began to fray. Cities shrank behind new, hastily built walls. The grand open villas of the Golden Age were abandoned for fortified hilltops. It was a time of contraction, of fear, of looking inward. And while the heart of the empire beat erratically, wolves circled the periphery. From the north, Germanic tribes like the Goths and Franks began to probe the weaknesses of the Rhine and Danube frontiers, realizing that the giant was stumbling. From the east, a new and revitalized Persian empire, the Sassanids, rose up to challenge Rome with a ferocity the legions had not seen in generations. In 260 AD, the unthinkable happened. The Roman Emperor Valerian was captured alive in battle by the Persian king Shapur-Shapur, a humiliation so profound it shook the Roman psyche to its core. Legend says Valerian was used as a footstool for the Persian king to mount his horse, a grim reminder that the gods of Rome seemed to be sleeping. Yet amidst this kaleidoscope of disaster, people still lived, loved, and planted their crops. History is not just the story of battles, it is the story of resilience. Historians still argue whether this period was a total collapse or a painful transformation, a shedding of old skin. Some suggest that the crisis is exaggerated by dramatic ancient writers who loved a good tragedy, but the archaeological record shows us a world that was undeniably harder, smaller, and more dangerous. It was a world waiting for something or someone to stitch it back together. The old gods, Jupiter and Mars, seemed distant, their temples quiet. New faiths, strange cults from the east, and a small, persecuted sect known as the Christians were whispering in the shadows, offering salvation in a world that offered none. It is into this fractured, violent, and desperate tapestry that our story truly begins. We must understand that the Roman Empire was effectively broken into 3 separate pieces for a time, with a breakaway Gallic Empire in the west and a Palmyrene Empire in the east, ruled by the formidable Queen Zenobia. The center was hollow, but the night is darkest just before the dawn, or so the poets tell us. The chaos could not last forever. The human need for order is as strong as the need for bread. Eventually, the spinning wheel of emperors slowed. The exhaustion of the world created a vacuum, a silent space waiting to be filled by a will strong enough to bend iron. We are moving towards a restoration, but it will be a restoration bought with iron and blood. The stage is being set for a man who will not just rule the empire, but redefine it. But before we meet him, we must meet the man who paved his road, a man of severe discipline and terrifying competence who decided that the only way to save the world was to divide it. As the wind picks up on our imaginary rampart, blowing the torches into flickering dances of orange and yellow, we can look down the timeline to the year 284 AD. The chaos is about to pause. A soldier from Dalmatia is stepping forward, wiping the blood from his sword, ready to impose a grid of order upon the messy sprawl of history. The crisis is ending, but a new kind of rigidity is beginning. The air feels different now, stiffer, heavier, charged with the static of impending change. The ghosts of the 50 fallen emperors are fading back into the mist, their short reigns forgotten, their ambitions turned to dust. We remain here, watching, waiting as the horizon begins to gray with the approach of a new era. The world is broken, yes, but broken things can be mended, even if the scars remain forever visible. The mist of history swirls around us, thick and cool, obscuring the solid lines of maps and borders. We are drifting deeper into the heart of the storm, moving from the general feeling of decay into the specific, frantic rhythm of the crisis. Imagine, if you will, a heavy curtain of Tyrian purple. That deep, rich dye extracted from thousands of sea snails, the color reserved solely for the masters of Rome. In this era, that curtain is pulled back and forth with dizzying speed, revealing one face after another, each illuminated briefly by the torchlight of power before being dragged back into the darkness. The throne of the Caesars, once the seat of Augustus and Marcus Aurelius, has become a slippery, treacherous ledge. We watch now as the barracks emperors take the stage, a parade of soldier kings who treat the empire like a prize of war rather than a sacred trust. The mechanism of this chaos is brutally simple. It begins in the mud of the frontiers, along the Rhine, the Danube, or the sun-baked borders of Syria. A general wins a victory, perhaps a minor skirmish, against a raiding party. His soldiers, unpaid and far from home, look at him and see not just a commander, but a ticket to wealth. In a moment of adrenaline and greed, they raise him on their shields, a Germanic custom that has seeped into the Roman legions, and hail him as Augustus. The general, often a man of humble birth, who rose through the ranks by the strength of his arm rather than the sharpness of his pedigree, faces a choice. To refuse the acclamation is often death at the hands of his own disappointed men. To accept is to sign his own death warrant at the hands of a rival. Usually, he accepts. He dons the purple cloak, mints hasty coins with his likeness to pay the troops, and marches on Rome. It is a tragic, repetitive cycle, playing out like a doomed theater production, where the actors forget their lines but keep fighting anyway. Consider the year 238 AD, a year that historians often point to with a mixture of horror and fascination. It is known as the Year of the Six Emperors. In just 12 months, 6 different men hold the supreme power. It is a time when the Roman Senate, trying desperately to reclaim relevance, throws its weight behind 2 elderly aristocrats, Pupienus and Balbinus. These 2 men, distinguished and terrified, rule jointly for a mere 99 days. We can almost see them in the Senate House, their togas perfectly draped, exchanging nervous glances as the Praetorian Guard, the Emperor's personal bodyguards, and often their executioners, sharpen their swords just outside the heavy bronze doors. The job security of a Roman emperor in this decade is roughly equivalent to that of a snow sculpture in the Sahara, a fact that lends a grim, dark humor to the high pomp of their coronations. The people of the empire, the silent millions tilling the fields and working the looms, learn to keep their heads down. To them, the emperor is no longer a godlike father figure, but a distant storm, unpredictable and dangerous. When a new face appears on the coins, the shopkeepers of Antioch or the dockworkers of Ostia likely shrug. Why learn a name that will be erased by the next harvest? The coins themselves tell the story. If you were to hold a denarius from this period in your hand, you would feel how light it is, how thin. The portraits of the emperors become less realistic, more abstract. There is simply no time for the engravers to capture the nuances of a nose or the curve of a chin. Instead, We see the same grim frown, the same radiating crown of the sun god, the same stubble of the soldier, a generic mask of power stamped onto bad metal. Historians still argue whether this rapid turnover was caused by a fundamental flaw in the Roman constitution, the lack of a clear law of succession, or if it was simply a failure of character among the men of the age. The Romans never truly formalized how an emperor was chosen. It was a messy mix of family heritage, Senate approval, and military might. In the 3rd century, the military leg of that stool kicked the other two away entirely. The army realized its power. They were the ones holding back the barbarians. So why shouldn't they choose the ruler? And more importantly, why shouldn't they choose the ruler who promised the largest donativum, the cash bonus paid to soldiers upon an emperor's accession? The empire was effectively being auctioned off to the highest bidder over and over again. Amidst this churning chaos, there are moments of profound tragedy. We see Emperor Decius, a man who truly wanted to restore the old virtues, riding into the swamps of Abritus to fight the Goths in 251 AD. He becomes the first Roman emperor to die in battle against a foreign enemy, his body swallowed by the marsh, never to be found. His son dies with him. It is a shock that reverberates through the Roman consciousness. The emperor is not invincible. He is meat and bone like any other man. Then there is Gallienus, who rules for a surprisingly long 15 years amidst the storm. A man of culture and intelligence who frantically rides from one frontier to another, putting out fires until he, too, is betrayed by his own officers while besieging a rival in Milan. The betrayal is always close, intimate. It comes from the man who shares your tent, the officer you promoted yesterday, the guard who stands at your door. The atmosphere in the cities is one of held breath. The great public building projects stop. Who would start a new aqueduct or a grand bathhouse when the man who commissioned it might be dragged through the streets on a hook next week? The marble quarries go quiet. The focus shifts to walls. Every city, even those deep in the interior that had not seen war for centuries, begins to scavenge stone from monuments to build defensive circuits. Rome itself, which had proudly existed without major fortifications, relying on the walls of men, the legions, at the frontiers, is enclosed by the massive Aurelian walls in the 270s. These walls still stand today, a scar of stone wrapped around the city, a permanent reminder of the fear that drove their construction. Yet, there is a strange beauty in the resilience of the system. The bureaucracy, the tax collectors, the scribes, they keep working. The machine of Rome is so vast, so heavy, that it continues to roll forward, even as the drivers fight to the death for the steering wheel. We see a young Constantine, not yet born, but his spirit approaching, waiting in the wings of destiny. He will inherit this legacy of blood and instability. He will look at this carousel of death and realize that to survive, he cannot just play the game better than the others. He must break the game entirely. But for now, the wheel continues to spin. We watch as the soldier emperors rise, their armor gleaming, their eyes scanning the shadows for daggers. Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, Probus, names that flash like lightning strikes. Aurelian, the restorer of the world, manages to pull the fractured empire back together, defeating the breakaway Gallic and Palmyrene empires, only to be murdered by a secretary who feared punishment for a petty lie. It is a time of absurdity and grandeur, where the fate of millions hangs on the mood of a few thousand soldiers in a muddy camp. The sun sets on one reign and rises on another, and the people of Rome pray to the silent gods for just one thing: a pause. They do not ask for glory anymore. They ask for quiet. And soon, in the year 284, a man with the face of a sphinx and the mind of an accountant will answer that prayer. The carousel is about to be forcibly stopped. The carousel slows. The spinning blur of faces, blood, and bronze finally grinds to a halt, caught in the grip of a hand that does not tremble. It is the year 284 AD, and on a hill outside the city of Nicomedia, the legions are gathered in a silence that feels heavy, expectant. The air is cold, carrying the salt of the Sea of Marmara. They are waiting for a new emperor, but they have done this so many times before that the ritual feels hollow, a grim pantomime. But the man who steps forward, this time, is different. His name is Diocles, though history will know him by the thunderous name he assumes, Diocletian. He is not a polished aristocrat from the marble halls of Rome. He is a man of the earth, a low-born soldier from Dalmatia, the rugged coast of modern Croatia. His face is weathered by the sun of a dozen frontiers, his eyes narrow and calculating, lacking the wild desperation of his predecessors. He looks at the empire not as a prize to be enjoyed, but as a broken machine that must be fixed. Diocletian understands something that the 50 men before him missed. The problem is not just the barbarians, and it is not just the economy. The problem is the office of the emperor itself. It has become too human, too accessible, too easy to kill. If the emperor is just a man, a general who sweats and bleeds and drinks wine with his captains, then he can be removed by any soldier with a grudge and a dagger. To survive, Diocletian decides, the emperor must cease to be a man. He must become a god, or at least, he must act like one so convincing that the knife trembles in the assassin's hand before it can strike. Watch now, as the atmosphere of the Roman world shifts from the chaotic noise of the barracks to the hushed, terrified reverence of a temple. Diocletian abandons the old fiction maintained since the days of Augustus, the pretense that the emperor is merely the princeps, the first citizen, a senator among equals. That mask is dropped into the dust. In its place, Diocletian establishes the dominate. He declares himself Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. It is a chilling, brilliant piece of political theater. He withdraws from the public eye, vanishing behind layers of bureaucracy and palace walls. When he does appear, it is a revelation, a carefully choreographed epiphany. Imagine standing in his audience chamber. The room is vast, designed to make you feel small, insect-like. The floors are polished marble that reflects the flickering torchlight like a dark pool. You do not simply walk up to Diocletian. You are processed. You move through a maze of silken curtains, passing guards who stand as still as statues, their armor gilded and gleaming. And then the final veil is pulled back. There he sits, not in a simple military tunic, but robed in silk dyed with the priceless Tyrian purple, a fabric worth its weight in gold. His shoes are studded with gemstones, pearls and emeralds, catching the light. He is a statue that breathes. The old Roman salute is gone. Now, if you are granted an audience, you must perform the proskynesis or adoratio, a ritual borrowed from the Persian courts that Rome once mocked as slavish. You must kneel, lower your face to the floor, and kiss the hem of his robe. It is humiliating for a proud Roman senator, but it is effective. You do not stab a man you are worshipping. You do not plot treason against a living idol who is draped in the stardust of the divine. Diocletian surrounds himself with a halo of sanctity, making the act of regicide not just a crime, but a sacrilege. But beneath the pearls and the silk, the mind of the pragmatic soldier is working with ruthless efficiency. Diocletian attacks the chaos of the empire with the same methodical precision he applies to his wardrobe. He realizes that the army has become a kingmaker, a dangerous political beast. So, he breaks it. He doubles the number of legions, but reduces their size, making each individual commander less powerful. He separates the military leadership from the civil administration. A governor can now judge a court case, but he cannot command troops. A general can lead an army, but he cannot collect taxes. It is a system of checks and balances forged in paranoia. If a man wants to rebel, he now needs a partner. And in the Roman world, trusting a partner is a good way to lose your head. The economy, too, feels his iron grip. To tame the wild inflation that made the silver coinage worthless, Diocletian issues the Edict on Maximum Prices. It is a massive, sprawling document that attempts to set a price ceiling for every good and service in the empire, from a bushel of wheat to the wages of a camel driver. We can imagine the stone carvers chipping away in market squares across the Mediterranean, listing thousands of prices. A pair of soldier's boots, 120 denarii. A pint of honey, 80 denarii. The punishment for exceeding these prices is death. Historians debate whether this decree actually worked or if it simply drove the economy underground into a vast black market. But the intent is clear. The state is now absolute. The invisible hand of the market has been replaced by the mailed fist of the emperor. There is a certain coldness to this new order, a rigid geometry that replaces the organic mess of the past. The empire becomes a grid. Diocletian is not a man of imagination. He is a man of structure. He is the stern father who comes home to find the house in ruins and the children running wild, and who restores peace by locking the doors and setting a strict curfew. It is not a happy house, perhaps, but it is a safe one. The raids on the frontiers are beaten back. The roads become safer, though they are now patrolled by tax collectors, who are often more feared than the bandits. He brings a sense of heaviness to the air, a gravity that holds the disparate pieces of the world together. Yet even as he sits on his jeweled throne, the Jovian emperor, for he claims the patronage of Jupiter, the king of gods, he knows that the task is too great. The empire stretches from the rain-soaked moors of Britain to the burning Tigris River. Messages take weeks to travel from one end to the other. A rebellion in Gaul might burn for months before the emperor in Syria even hears of it. Diocletian, in his cold wisdom, realizes the ultimate paradox of his power. To keep the empire, he must share it. He looks at his own hands, hands that have held a spear, a scepter, and now the fate of millions, and sees that they are not enough. He needs another set of hands, another will that can mirror his own. He needs a bulldog to guard the west while he watches the east, and so the concept of the diarchy, the rule of two, begins to form in his mind. It is a dangerous experiment. Sharing power in Rome has usually meant civil war. But Diocletian believes he can impose his will even on human nature itself. He believes he can select a colleague who will be a brother, not a rival. This is the world into which Constantine is born and raised, a world where power is being codified, ritualized, and hardened. As a boy, Constantine will hear the stories of the new god emperor. He will see the statues of Diocletian, blocky and imposing, staring out with wide, intense eyes that seem to see everything. He will learn that to rule is to be distant, to be magnificent, and to be terrifying. The crisis is technically over, replaced by a suffocating stability. The heartbeat of Rome is steady again, but it is a forced rhythm, kept alive by a pacemaker of bureaucracy and fear. As the section draws to a close, picture Diocletian alone in his chambers at night, removing the heavy jeweled diadem from his brow. The god becomes a man again, rubbing his temples, staring at a map of the world by candlelight. He sees the cracks that we cannot see. He knows that the pressure is building behind the dam he has built. He needs help, and he is about to make a decision that will fracture the map into 4 pieces, creating a complex dance of power that will eventually draw our protagonist, Constantine, onto the center stage. The iron hand opens just a fraction to invite another into the circle of power. If the empire under Diocletian was a house being locked down against a storm, then the year 283 AD marks the moment he realized the house was simply too large for one set of keys. We drift now into the era of the tetrarchy, a Greek word that whispers of structure and geometry, the rule of 4. Imagine a great map of the known world, spread out on a table of polished cedar, the corners weighted down by golden goblets. The parchment is vast, stretching from the foggy, rain-swept Hadrian's Wall in Britannia to the burning red deserts of Egypt. Diocletian stands over it, his shadow falling across the continents. He sees what the soldier emperors before him missed in their haste to seize power. One man, no matter how godlike, cannot be in 2 places at once. He cannot fight Persians on the Euphrates and Franks on the Rhine simultaneously, without leaving his back exposed to a dagger. The speed of the horse is the speed of the state, and the empire has outgrown the horse. So, with the cold precision of an architect, Diocletian takes a knife, metaphorically, though he was a man who knew how to use real ones, and slices the administration into quadrants. He had already raised his old comrade Maximian, a rough, brawling soldier of immense loyalty but limited imagination, to the rank of co-emperor or Augustus. Now he expands the circle. He decides that each Augustus needs a shadow, a right hand, a designated heir and enforcer. These junior emperors are given the title of Caesar. It is a brilliant, almost mechanical solution to the problem of succession. No more civil wars when an emperor dies. The Caesar simply steps up to become Augustus, and a new Caesar is appointed. It is a conveyor belt of power designed to run forever. To fill these roles, Diocletian chooses men cut from the same rough cloth as himself, tough Balkan soldiers who smell of saddle leather and iron, not the perfumed oils of the Roman aristocracy. For his own Caesar in the east, he chooses Galerius, a man of terrifying intensity and legendary cruelty, a fanatic for the old gods who views compromise as a weakness. And for Maximian in the west, a different sort of man is chosen. His name is Flavius Constantius, a capable, pale-skinned officer with a reputation for level-headedness and mercy. History will later know him by the nickname Chlorus, meaning the pale, though one imagines few people were brave enough to call him that to his face. Constantius is the father of our protagonist, Constantine, and his elevation to the rank of Caesar is the spark that lights the fuse of our story. But there is a price for this promotion. In the Tetrarchy, family is a tool of the state. Diocletian demands that the new Caesars divorce their wives and marry the daughters of the Augusti to knit the four men together in a tangled web of blood and law. It is a world where love is irrelevant and loyalty is manufactured through marriage contracts. Visually, this era is fascinating. If you were to walk into a public square in any major city during this time, you would see new statues rising. They are strange, haunting figures. We still have a famous sculpture of the Tetrarchs today, carved from porphyry, a hard, purple stone from Egypt that is incredibly difficult to work. It depicts the four emperors standing together, hugging each other in pairs. But look closely. It is not a warm embrace. They clutch each other with a desperate, stiff intensity, their hands gripping sword hilts, their eyes wide and staring, their faces almost identical. It is an image of unity forced by fear, a visual propaganda screaming, "We are one." Historians and art critics have long debated whether the crude, blocky style of these statues represents a decline in artistic skill, the Dark Ages coming early, or a deliberate stylistic choice to emphasize the office over the individual. They are not men. They are pillars of the state. This rule of four changes the geography of the world. Rome, the eternal city, the mother of the empire, is quietly, shockingly sidelined. The Tetrarchs need to be near the frontiers where the armies are. Diocletian sets up his court in Nicomedia, in modern Turkey, looking east toward Persia. Galerius prowls the Danube from Sirmium, in Serbia. Maximian holds court in Milan, guarding the Alpine passes, and Constantius establishes his capital in Trier, near the Rhine frontier in Germany, and arguably spends much of his time in York, Britain. The Roman Senate is left to debate in an empty room, turning into a glorious museum exhibit, while the real decisions are made in military camps hundreds of miles away. It is a seismic shift, like the heart of a body, moving from the chest to the limbs. For the average citizen, the Tetrarchy brings a heavy, suffocating stability. The bureaucracy explodes in size. The empire is sliced into smaller provinces, grouped into dioceses, a term the church will later borrow, and governed by a swarm of officials. Lactantius, a Christian writer who naturally hated Diocletian, would later complain with a touch of dark humor that there are more tax collectors than taxpayers. It is an exaggeration, but it captures the mood. The state is everywhere. It is in the bakery, checking the weight of the loaf. It is in the field, counting the olive trees. The Tetrarchy is a machine that consumes vast amounts of gold to keep the four courts and four armies running. But it works. For the first time in decades, the frontiers are quiet. The crisis is strangled into submission. Yet there is a fundamental flaw in this perfect geometry, a crack in the purple stone. The system relies entirely on the personal authority of Diocletian. He is the Jovius, the senior father figure, while Maximian is the Herculeus, the heroic son. As long as the old man is watching, the other three behave. But what happens when the architect leaves the building? The system assumes that men can put aside their ambition for the good of the chart, that a Caesar will patiently wait his turn to be Augustus, without looking at the aging neck of his superior and wondering how it might look with a sword cut. It is a system designed for robots, staffed by wolves. In the West, Constantius, Constantine's father, navigates this dangerous world with a quiet, lethal grace. He governs Gaul and Britain, lands that are wild, wet, and rebellious. He is less theatrical than his colleagues. While Galerius is burning temples in the east, Constantius is rebuilding walls in London and Trier. He is building a power base of loyal legions who respect him, not because he is a god, but because he pays them and leads them well. And somewhere in the background, perhaps watching from the shadows of a palace corridor or riding a pony in a military camp, is the boy Constantine. He is watching his father serve a system that views them as replaceable cogs. He is learning the rules of the tetrarchy, likely with the intense, silent observation of a child who knows he is different. He sees the artificiality of it all, the forced hugs of the statues, the rigid marriages, the desperate need for order. He sees that the rule of four is a dam holding back a river of ambition, and he might already be wondering what will happen when the water rises. The stage is set. The four actors have taken their places. The script is written, but the curtain is about to rise on a tragedy that will shatter the rule of four into 1,000 pieces, leaving only one man standing amidst the rubble. Let us now leave the marble maps and the cold, golden halls of imperial power and travel to a place where the earth is harder and the air smells of wood smoke and wet leather. We find ourselves in the rugged heart of the Balkans, in the province of Moesia Superior, at a busy, dusty garrison town called Naissus. Today, this is the city of Niš in Serbia, but in the year 272 AD, give or take a year, for the records of this time are as foggy as the Danube in autumn, it was a place where the empire showed its teeth. It was not a city of poets or philosophers. It was a city of soldiers, a vital crossroads on the great military highway connecting the west to the east. Here, the sound of the world was the rhythmic striking of iron on anvils and the heavy tramp of hobnailed boots on paving stones. And it is here, far from the silks of Rome, that our story takes its first human breath. A child is born. There are no comets blazing in the sky, no eagles circling the roof, no omens to tell the neighbors that the squalling infant in the cradle will one day be the 13th apostle. There is just a baby, sturdy and loud, born into a world of uncertainty. His name is Flavius Valerius Constantinus. We know him simply as Constantine. To understand the man who would one day reshape the skyline of history, we must look closely at the two people hovering over that cradle. For Constantine was the bridge between two violently different worlds. His father, Flavius Constantius, was a rising star in the Roman military, a man of the Illyrian stock that Diocletian so favored. Constantius was a protector, a man of discipline, climbing the slippery ladder of rank with grit and silence. He was often away, a distant figure in armor, smelling of horse sweat and cold rain, representing the harsh reality of duty. But the warmth in the room, the center of Constantine's young universe, was his mother, Helena. And here we touch upon one of history's most debated and tender mysteries. Helena was not a princess. She was not a senator's daughter. St. Ambrose, writing years later with a mixture of admiration and blunt honesty, called her a stabularia, a term that translates to a maid at an inn, or perhaps a stable girl. Historians still argue passionately about her legal status. Was she Constantius's lawful wife, or was she his concubina, a partner in a recognized but lower status union common among soldiers who were technically forbidden to marry while in service? The distinction matters, for it cast a shadow over Constantine's entire life. He was born with the whispered stigma of illegitimacy, or at least of low birth. He was the son of a barmaid who caught the eye of a general. This knowledge likely planted a deep, burning seed in his chest, a need to prove that he was not an accident, that he belonged at the head of the table, not serving it. We can imagine Helena, a woman of fierce dignity and perhaps a rough, practical beauty, holding her son in a room that looked out over the barracks. She could not give him a pedigree, so she gave him something else, an unshakable belief in his own destiny and a devotion to the divine that would one day topple the pantheon. The bond between mother and son was forged in iron. Later in life, when he was master of the world, Constantine would empty the imperial treasury to honor her. But in these early days at Nisus, they were just a family trying to survive the whims of the army. Constantine's childhood was not spent with tutors learning Greek poetry in a garden. It was spent watching the legions drill. He learned the vocabulary of power early. He learned that authority was a voice that made 1,000 men snap to attention. He learned to ride almost before he could walk, gripping the mane of a horse with the same tenacity he would later use to grip the empire. It is said that the Illyrian soldiers were the toughest in the world, men who ate bacon, drank sour wine, and killed without hesitation. And this was the nursery of the future emperor. There is a soft humor in imagining a toddler Constantine, perhaps armed with a wooden sword, attempting to drill the family dog or issuing commands to a patient stable hand, unaware that one day his voice would command the Council of Nicaea. But childhood in the 3rd century was a fleeting season. The political machine that his father served soon came to demand its price. As Constantius rose in rank, catching the eye of the Emperor Maximian, he was pulled into the upper atmosphere of the Tetrarchy. And up there, the air is too thin for love matches with stable maids. In 289 AD, or perhaps a little later, the heartbreaking order came down. To become Caesar, to enter the imperial family, Constantius had to purge his past. He was ordered to put Helena aside and marry Theodora, the stepdaughter of the Emperor Maximian. It was a brutal, transactional maneuvering typical of the age. We do not know if Constantius fought for her, or if he accepted it with the stoic resignation of a soldier obeying a command. We only know that Helena was removed. She vanishes from the historical record for decades, a ghost in the background, while her son was taken from her. Constantine, now a young man, was not sent away with his mother. He was a valuable asset, the son of a Caesar. He was sent east to the court of Diocletian in Nicomedia. Ostensibly, this was for his education, to learn the ways of the court, to study philosophy and rhetoric. But let us be honest, he was a hostage. He was the collateral that ensured his father, now ruling in Gaul and Britain, would never turn his armies against the senior emperors. Imagine the emotional landscape of the teenage Constantine. His father has traded his mother for a crown. His mother is gone, cast aside like a worn-out sandal. He is alone in a foreign court, surrounded by spies, smiling at men who view him as an insurance policy. It is here, in this crucible of abandonment and danger, that the steel of his character was tempered. He learned to hide his thoughts behind a mask of pleasantry. He learned that loyalty in Rome was a fragile thing, easily broken by ambition, and perhaps, in the quiet of the night, missing the rough warmth of Helena's presence, he began to look for a father figure who would never abandon him, a power that was higher than the shifting emperors of the Tetrarchy. The child of Nisus was gone. The hostage of Nicomedia had taken his place. He was walking a knife's edge, tall, strong, and silent, watching the great machinery of Diocletian's empire with eyes that missed nothing. He was learning how to be an emperor, but he was also learning what kind of emperor he never wanted to be. The dust of the garrison town was behind him, replaced by the perfume of the court, but the lessons of the stable, that you have to fight for your place in the saddle, would never leave him. The wind shifts now, carrying us away from the rough, soldierly air of the Balkans and dropping us gently onto the shores of the Sea of Marmara. We find ourselves in Nicomedia, the city Diocletian chose as the jewel of his new world. If Rome was the memory of the empire, Nicomedia was its ambition. Close your eyes and imagine a city built of white marble that seems to glow with an inner light against the deep turquoise of the water. The streets are paved with stone so smooth they reflect the passing clouds. The air here smells of heavy incense, frankincense and myrrh drifting from the temples, mixed with the salty tang of the sea and the expensive perfumes of courtiers who have never touched a plough in their lives. It is a place of breathtaking beauty, but for the young Constantine, it is a cage, a very large, very expensive, gilded cage. He arrives here not as a prisoner in chains, but as a tribunus, a high-ranking officer in the imperial guard. He walks the halls of the palace with a sword at his hip and a cloak of fine wool on his shoulders. But make no mistake, he is a hostage. He is the guest who cannot leave. Diocletian, the old master of calculations, keeps Constantine close for a very specific reason. As long as the son is sipping wine in Nicomedia, the father, Constantius, far away in Gaul with his legions, will not dare to march on the capital. Constantine is the collateral in a high-stakes game of imperial poker. But if he feels the weight of the chains, he does not show it. He learns very early the art of the mask. Life in the court of Nicomedia is a masterclass in the theater of power, and Constantine is the most attentive student in the room. He watches Diocletian transform the very nature of what it means to be a ruler. Gone are the days of the soldier emperor who slapped backs and shared jokes. Here, power is distance. Constantine witnesses the daily rituals of the Dominus et Deus. He sees foreign ambassadors sweating in their heavy robes, waiting hours just for a glimpse of the emperor. He watches the elaborate choreography of silence that falls over a room when the heavy curtains are pulled back. He sees men, proud, powerful men, throw themselves to the floor in the proskynesis, kissing the hem of Diocletian's robe as if he were a living idol. Historians still argue about what the young Constantine thought of all this. Did he despise this Eastern-style despotism, longing for the simpler, rougher ways of the military camps? Or did he look at the pearls, the silk, and the terrifying awe in the eyes of the subjects and think, this works? Given how he would later dress himself in robes that would make a peacock feel underdressed, it is safe to say he took notes. He realized that people do not just obey orders. They obey symbols. They obey the mystery. Diocletian was teaching him that if you want to rule the world, you must first separate yourself from it. But the court was not just a place of silent kneeling. It was a viper's nest of intrigue. The most dangerous snake in the grass was Galerius, the Caesar of the East. Galerius was a man of immense physical strength and violent temperament, a staunch pagan who viewed the intellectual pretensions of the court with suspicion and the young Constantine with outright hostility. To Galerius, Constantine was a threat, a tall, charismatic, intelligent youth who looked far too much like an emperor for comfort. Ancient sources, which admittedly love to dramatize, tell us stories of Galerius trying to get Constantine killed by accident. He would send the young prince on dangerous hunting trips, perhaps hoping a boar or a lion would do the work that a dagger could not. Oh, you want to hunt the Nemean lion? By all means, take this rusty spear and have fun, one imagines him saying with a tight fake smile. Constantine, however, was not easily broken. He possessed a physical vitality that annoyed his enemies to no end. He was tall, remarkably so for the time, with a thick neck, a hooked nose that spoke of determination, and eyes that were described as lion-like. He excelled in these dangerous games. When sent to fight a barbarian champion in single combat during a campaign on the Danube, another opportunity provided by Galerius, Constantine didn't just survive, he won. He dragged the enemy chief by his hair back to the feet of the shocked Galerius. It was a moment of pure, cinematic defiance. He was proving that he was not just a hostage. He was a wolf held by a leash, and the leash was fraying. Yet amidst the tension, there was education. Nicomedia was a center of learning. Constantine, though a soldier at heart, was exposed to the highest levels of Greek philosophy and rhetoric. He learned to speak with the polished cadence of a statesman. He sat in lectures where scholars debated the nature of the soul and the structure of the cosmos. It is here that he likely first encountered the intellectual side of Christianity, not just as a superstition of the poor, but as a growing philosophical force. He saw the Christians of the palace, eunuchs, servants, and even wives of high officials who whispered their prayers in the corridors of power. He saw that this faith, unlike the others, did not bend. It was a quiet, stubborn stone in the river of imperial will. The days turned into years. Constantine grew from a boy into a man of nearly 30. He watched Diocletian grow old. He saw the cracks in the iron facade of the Tetrarchy. He saw that the rule of 4 was really a rule of 1 held together by Diocletian's personal gravity. He must have wondered, as he stood guard during the endless ceremonies, what would happen when that gravity failed. He was learning patience, a quality that does not come naturally to the young. He learned to stand perfectly still while his heart hammered against his ribs. He learned to smile at men he wanted to strangle. The sensory world of the palace was overwhelming. Imagine the rustle of stiff, gold-embroidered silk, the clicking of jeweled shoes on mosaic floors, the taste of wine sweetened with honey and spices. It was a world of softness that concealed hard edges. Constantine moved through it like a ghost, present but untouched. He was preserving himself for something else. He knew he did not belong to this world of perfume and prostration. He belonged to the north, to the cold winds of Trier and York, to his father's world. But to get there, he had to survive the gilded cage. As the year 302 AD approaches in our narrative, the atmosphere in the palace begins to darken. The lights of the philosophical debates are dimming. A shadow is creeping over Nicomedia. Galerius, the hater of Christians, is whispering in the ear of the aging Diocletian. He speaks of treason, of angering the gods, of a cancer growing in the empire that must be cut out. Constantine, from his vantage point near the throne, hears these whispers. He feels the temperature drop. The golden cage is about to become a furnace, The time of learning is ending. The time of witnessing horror is about to begin. The young prince tightens his grip on his sword hilt, not knowing that the blood about to be spilled will stain the empire for a generation. The silence of the court is heavy, pregnant with a violence that will shatter the peace of the Golden Age. The air in Nicomedia changes first. It is no longer the sweet scent of sea salt and pine. It becomes thick, acrid, tasting of ash and old fear. We have arrived at the year 303 AD, a date that is burned into the memory of the West, like a brand on the skin. The golden age of the Tetrarchy is about to show its teeth, and they are sharp. Close your eyes and imagine standing on a high balcony of the imperial palace at dawn. The sky is a bruised purple, the sun struggling to rise through a strange, low-hanging mist. Below you, the city is waking up, but it is a waking nightmare. Directly across from the palace stands a large, prominent Christian church. It is not hidden in a catacomb. It is out in the open, a symbol of how confident the faithful have become. But on this morning, the festival of the Terminalia, the day dedicated to the god of boundaries, the boundary between tolerance and terror is shattered. The doors of the church are smashed open by the Praetorian Guard. There is no service today, only the sound of wood splintering and papyrus tearing. The soldiers, acting on orders that have come straight from the highest chamber, strip the building. They bring out the sacred scriptures, the Gospels and the epistles, and throw them into a pile in the street. Then they bring the torch. Constantine is there. He must be. As a high-ranking officer in the inner circle, he is a witness to the sudden explosion of state violence. He watches the flames lick upward, consuming the words of a god he does not yet know. He sees the smoke drift past the marble pillars of the palace, carrying the soot of burning leather and parchment. But this is just the opening note of a symphony of destruction. Diocletian, urged on by the fanatical Galerius, issues the first of 4 edicts against the Christians. It is a systematic attempt to decapitate the faith. The edict is precise, bureaucratic, and chilling. All churches are to be destroyed, all scriptures burned, and all Christians of rank are to lose their status. If you are a Christian aristocrat, you are now a slave. If you are a Christian shopkeeper, you have no legal rights. You can be beaten, robbed, or killed, and the law will look the other way. It is an erasure of personhood. The logic behind this horror is, in the Roman mind, perfectly rational. The Romans believe in the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods. If the empire is suffering, if there are plagues or droughts or barbarians at the gate, it is because the gods are angry. And why are they angry? Because a growing cancer in the body politic refuses to offer the sacrifices that feed them. The Christians, by refusing to burn incense to Jupiter or the genius of the emperor, are not just being difficult, they are committing treason against reality. They are endangering the survival of the world. So the persecution is not framed as murder. It is framed as a medical procedure, a necessary amputation to save the patient. But the patient refuses to stay quiet. As the edicts escalate, demanding that all citizens, on pain of death, perform a public sacrifice to the gods, the horror spreads from the capital to the provinces. We enter a period of darkness where the ingenuity of Roman engineering is turned toward the infliction of pain. It is difficult to speak of these things in a lullaby, so we will view them through a veil of smoke, acknowledging the suffering without lingering on the gore. We see lines of men and women, ordinary people, bakers, weavers, mothers, standing before magistrates. They are asked a simple question: will you sacrifice? It is a binary choice. A pinch of incense on the coals, and you live. You can go home to your children, refuse, and the machinery of death begins to turn. Constantine watches. He observes a strange phenomenon that defies all military logic. When you kill a soldier's general, the army breaks. When you kill a king, the kingdom falls. But when you kill these Christians, they do not break. They multiply. He sees bishops walking to their execution with a calmness that is almost insulting to their executioners. He sees young women facing the lions in the arena, not with hysteria, but with a serene, terrifying song on their lips. It is a clash of two types of power: the power of the sword, which can kill the body, and the power of conviction, which seems to care nothing for the body. There is a famous story, perhaps one Constantine heard whispered in the mess halls, of St. George, a soldier like himself, who tore down the edict of persecution from the palace wall and was tortured for 7 years, legend says, without yielding. Whether myth or fact, the story represents the reality Constantine witnessed. The harder the hammer struck, the stronger the anvil became. Historians still argue about Constantine's role in all of this. Was he a secret sympathizer, wincing at every blow? Or was he a typical Roman officer, indifferent to the suffering of a sect he barely understood? The truth is likely somewhere in the grey middle. He was a survivor. He did not speak out. To speak out against Diocletian's edict would have been suicide, and Constantine had no intention of becoming a martyr. He kept his head down, his face a mask of obedience. But the seeds were being sown. He saw that the persecution was failing. It was creating chaos, not order. It was disrupting the economy, alienating loyal subjects, and making the state look like a bully beating a child. He saw the inefficiency of it. For a man like Constantine, who valued order above all else, the messiness of the persecution must have been offensive. There is a dark irony here, a touch of humor if one can find it in such darkness. The Roman bureaucracy, usually so efficient at building roads and taxing grain, found itself completely baffled by people who actually wanted to die. A governor might say, "I am going to kill you if you don't worship Jupiter." And the Christian would reply, "Thank you. That gets me to heaven faster." It is the ultimate asymmetrical warfare. You cannot threaten a man who views death as a promotion. The Romans were playing chess. The Christians were playing a game the Romans didn't even have a name for. The fires burned for years. In the east, under Galerius, the ground ran red. In the west, under Constantine's father, Constantius, the persecution was noticeably milder. Constantius, perhaps sensing the futility, or perhaps simply being a man of more moderate temper, knocked down a few churches to satisfy the letter of the law, but largely left the human beings alone. This distinction would not be lost on Constantine. He saw that one path led to civil war and social collapse, while the other led to stability. He was taking mental notes on the art of ruling, notes that would eventually lead to the Edict of Milan. But for now, the smoke is thick. The Great Persecution is a trauma that will define the Christian consciousness for centuries. It is the forge that turns the faith from a loose collection of communities into a hardened, militant organization. And standing on the periphery, watching the flames reflect in his dark eyes, is the man who will eventually extinguish them. Constantine sees that the old gods are demanding too much blood. He sees that Jupiter is silent while the martyrs sing. He feels the shifting of the tectonic plates of history. The gods of the past are dying, not because they are being killed, but because they are being outsuffered. The silence of the night in Nicomedia is filled with the prayers of the dying, a sound that is louder than the trumpets of the legions. The young prince turns away from the balcony, pulling his cloak tighter against the chill. He knows that the storm is far from over. In fact, for him, the true storm, the storm of succession, of civil war, of the fight for the crown, is just about to break. The empire is a tinderbox, and the spark is coming. History is usually a chronicle of men clutching power until their knuckles turn white and their fingers have to be pried open by death. But in the year 305 AD, the Roman world witnessed something so bizarre, so unprecedented, that it left the entire empire gasping for air. We are standing on a hill just outside Nicomedia, the same hill where Diocletian had first donned the purple robes 20 years prior. It is the 1st of May. The sky is a pale, watery blue, indifferent to the drama unfolding below. A massive crowd has gathered, tens of thousands of soldiers, citizens, and officials, their murmurs sounding like the buzzing of a disturbed hive. They are here because a rumor has spread, a rumor so wild that most refuse to believe it. The emperor is leaving, not dying, leaving. Diocletian emerges. He is not the terrifying, godlike figure of the statues anymore. He is a man ravaged by illness. A year prior, he had fallen into a sickness so severe that prayers were said for his death, just to end the suffering. He looks gaunt, his skin clinging to his bones like wet parchment, his eyes deep-set and weary. He moves with the fragility of a winter leaf. Beside him stands Galerius, the Caesar, bursting with health and ill-concealed impatience, looking like a vulture waiting for the carcass to stop twitching. And somewhere in that crowd, standing tall in his officer's armor, is Constantine. His heart must be hammering against his ribs. He knows what this day is supposed to mean. The system of the Tetrarchy dictates that, as the old Augusti step down, the Caesars rise, and new Caesars are appointed. Constantine, the son of the Western Caesar, and Maxentius, the son of the Western Augustus, are the obvious, natural choices. They are the princes of the blood. The crowd expects it. The army expects it. Diocletian speaks. His voice is weak, carried by the silence of the awestruck legions. He tells them he is tired. He tells them the empire needs younger, stronger hands. He is doing the unthinkable. He is voluntarily abdicating the throne of the world. He takes off the purple cloak, the symbol of absolute power. He removes the diadem, the jeweled band that marks him as Dominus. The crowd holds its breath. This is the moment. Who will take the cloak? Then the name is spoken, but it is not Constantine. Diocletian, likely under the heavy, bullying influence of Galerius, announces the new structure. Galerius and Constantius, Constantine's father, become the new Augusti. That much is expected. But the new Caesars. For the West, a soldier named Severus. For the East, a rough, uneducated nephew of Galerius named Maximinus Daza. A shockwave of confusion ripples through the soldiers. They look at Constantine, standing right there. A head taller than most, a man who looks every inch an emperor. They look at the podium. They look back at Constantine. The snub is so public, so brutal, it is almost physical. It is a slap in the face delivered before the eyes of the world. Constantine stands frozen, his face a mask of disciplined granite. But his mind must be racing. This is not just a disappointment, it is a death sentence. By passing him over, Galerius has declared him expendable. He is no longer the heir apparent. He is a loose end. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Milan, a similar scene is playing out, but with far less dignity. The other senior emperor, Maximian, is also abdicating. But Maximian is not sick, and he is not tired. He is being forced out by his oath to Diocletian. Imagine an old lion being told to walk into a cage and lock the door himself. He is furious. He hands over his power with grinding teeth, and his son, Maxentius, also snubbed, also ignored, watches with a burning resentment that will soon set Italy on fire. But the true marvel of this moment is what happens next to Diocletian. The man who ruled the known world, who demanded to be worshipped as a living god, who reorganized the entire administrative structure of human civilization, simply goes home. He retires to his native Dalmatia, to a massive fortress palace he has built near the town of Salona, modern Split, Croatia. And there, the former master of the universe finds a new passion: gardening. It sounds like a joke, a fabrication of a satirist, but it is one of the most profound truths of antiquity. Diocletian, the man who hunted Persians and persecuted Christians, now hunts for weeds and persecutes aphids. There is a famous story recorded by the historian Aurelius Victor. Some years later, when the empire inevitably began to catch fire again, his old colleagues sent messengers begging him to return, to don the purple and save the world one more time. Diocletian listened to their frantic pleas, looked at his vegetable patch, and replied with words that echo through the centuries with a kind of Zen-like sanity. If you could show the cabbage that I planted with my own hands to your emperor, he definitely wouldn't dare suggest that I replace the peace and happiness of this place with the storms of a never-satisfied greed. He chose the cabbage. He chose the smell of wet earth over the smell of blood. It is a moment of humanity that makes the monster of the persecution seem suddenly, jarringly relatable. He realized, perhaps too late, that power is a cup that can never be filled, but a garden is something you can actually finish. But back in Nicomedia, there are no cabbages, only knives. Constantine is now in a precarious position that would make a lesser man panic. He is effectively a hostage of the new Augustus, Galerius. The court is filled with Galerius's creatures, rough, sycophantic men who owe everything to their new master. Constantine is isolated. He walks the corridors of the palace like a ghost, sensing the eyes of assassins on his back. Every meal is a potential poisoning. Every dark hallway is a potential ambush. Galerius, now the supreme power in the East, begins to play with his prey. He does not kill Constantine outright. That would anger Constantius in the West and perhaps spark a civil war too soon. Instead, he tries to use him up. He assigns Constantine to suicidal cavalry charges. He sends him into the marshes of the Danube to fight fierce barbarians, arguably hoping that a stray arrow or a spear thrust will solve his problem for him. "Oh, what a tragedy," he would say at the funeral. "The boy was so brave, so reckless." But Constantine refuses to die. In fact, he thrives. He returns from these missions not in a coffin, but in glory, his reputation among the soldiers growing with every victory. This only makes it worse. Galerius looks at this young, invincible hero and sees his own nightmare reflecting back at him. The tension in the palace becomes unbearable. It is a silent standoff. Constantine knows he cannot stay. If he remains in Nicomedia, he will eventually have an accident. He needs to get to his father. He needs to get to the legions of the West. The atmosphere is thick with the electricity of a coming storm. The gardener emperor is gone, tending his vegetables by the Adriatic Sea. The iron hand that held the world together has unclenched, and the fingers are starting to twitch. The logic of the tetrarchy, the idea that men would pass power peacefully like a torch, has been exposed as a fantasy. Ambition, that old Roman disease, is back in the bloodstream. Constantine begins to plan his escape. It will not be a diplomatic departure with trumpets and farewell speeches. It will be a desperate midnight run for his life. He knows he has to move faster than the news of his departure. He has to outrun the imperial post. He has to cross the world before Galerius wakes up and realizes the bird has flown. The cage door is open just a crack, and the wolf is getting ready to bolt. The sun has set on the glittering waters of the Gulf of Izmit, and the palace of Nicomedia settles into a heavy, wine-soaked slumber. It is a night in the late spring of 305 AD. The air is thick with the chirping of crickets and the distant rhythmic pacing of the guards in their gilded armor. Inside the imperial chambers, the Emperor Galerius is in a good mood. He has just finished a heavy dinner, the kind where the wine flows a little too freely, and the roasted meats are rich enough to slow the mind. He looks at Constantine across the table, this young man he has tormented, this hostage he has kept on a leash, and perhaps he feels a moment of careless generosity. Or perhaps he simply wants the boy out of his sight for a while. Constantine, seizing a moment that feels as fragile as a soap bubble, asks for permission to leave. He mentions his father, the Augustus Constantius, who is ailing in the West. He asks for a sealed order, a sigillaria, granting him use of the imperial post. Galerius, his eyes heavy, waves a hand. "Go," he grunts, likely thinking, "I will deal with him later, or send orders to stop him at the border." He signs the wax tablet. He tells Constantine they will discuss the details in the morning. He expects the young prince to bow, retire to his room, and sleep until the sun is high. But Constantine knows there will be no morning meeting. He knows that when Galerius wakes up with a headache and a clearer head, the permission will be revoked, or worse, the order for his arrest will be signed. The moment the emperor stumbles off to his bedchamber, Constantine moves with the silent, terrifying speed of a man who knows his life is measured in seconds. He does not pack trunks of silk tunics. He does not say goodbye to friends. He takes only what he can carry, wraps himself in a dark travel cloak, and heads for the stables. This is where the story becomes one of the great action sequences of antiquity. The Roman Empire was bound together by the cursus publicus, the state-run postal and transport system. Every 20 miles or so along the great highways, there was a mutatio, a changing station, or a mansio, a hotel, where government couriers could swap their tired horses for fresh, fast ones. It was the nervous system of the state, allowing messages to fly across continents. Constantine knows that Galerius can use this same system to send riders to catch him. If the emperor wakes at noon and sends a pursuit party, they can ride just as fast as he can. So Constantine does something ruthless, something that tells us exactly who he is. He rides to the first station outside the city. He presents his seal. He takes the best horse for himself. And then, According to the dramatic account of the Christian chronicler Lactantius, he systematically disables the rest. Some versions of the story say he hamstrung them, slicing the tendons of their legs so they could not run. Others say he simply drove them off or exhausted them. Historians debate the literal truth of the hamstringing. It seems like a lot of work when you are in a hurry, and ruining valuable state property is a bureaucratic nightmare. But the effect was the same. He broke the chain behind him. Imagine the scene at the palace the next morning. Galerius wakes up, likely around noon, groggy and irritable. He calls for Constantine. The servants check the prince's room. The bed has not been slept in. A messenger arrives from the stables, pale and trembling. He is gone, Dominus, and there are no horses left. We are told Galerius flew into a rage so violent he almost fell out of his bed. But it was a helpless rage. He was a man shouting at the wind. Constantine was already gone, a ghost disappearing into the vastness of the west. The journey that follows is a blur of endurance that would kill a lesser man. Constantine rides across the breadth of the empire. He thunders through the Balkans, the land of his birth, passing the very garrison at Nisus, where he wailed in his cradle. He crosses the Alps, the air turning thin and cold, the lush warmth of the east replaced by the biting winds of the mountains. He tears through Gaul, watching the landscape shift from olive groves to deep, brooding forests of oak and pine. He stops only to change horses, snatch a few hours of sleep, and eat bread in the saddle. He is racing the sun. As he crosses the invisible line into his father's territory, the tension in his shoulders must have finally begun to loosen. He is entering a world where the statues do not look like Diocletian, but like his father. The soldiers here wear the insignia of the West. They speak a Latin that is rougher, less perfumed. He is coming home. Finally, he reaches the coast of the English Channel, likely at the port of Gesoriacum, modern Boulogne. The air here is salt-heavy and grey. The water is a churning slab of slate. And there, waiting for the tide, is the invasion fleet. His father, Constantius Chlorus, is preparing to cross into Britain to campaign against the Picts, the painted people of Scotland, who are swarming over Hadrian's wall. The reunion between father and son is a moment of quiet, profound emotion amidst the noise of the army. Constantius is not the man Constantine remembers. He is the pale, indeed. He is dying. The leukemia, or whatever ailment is consuming him, has turned his skin the color of old parchment. He is frail, a shadow of the vigorous general who once reconquered Britain. But when he sees Constantine, this tall, powerful young man who has ridden across the world to be at his side, his eyes light up. He sees his legacy. He sees the only thing that matters now. Constantine is immediately given a command. There is no time for rest. The father and son cross the channel together. They campaign in the north of Britain, marching through the mist and the heather, fighting skirmishes in the rain. It is a passing of the torch, done not in a throne room, but in the saddle. Constantius is showing the army. Look at him. He is me, but stronger. He is your future. This midnight ride is the pivotal moment where Constantine transitions from a pawn to a player. If he had stayed in Nicomedia one more day, he likely would have ended up as a footnote in history, another dead prince in a marble tomb. Instead, he seized his own fate by the reins. He proved that he could outthink and outrun the machinery of the state. There is a small, human detail often overlooked here. Constantine likely traveled over 1,600 miles in a matter of weeks. When he finally stood before his father, he must have been unrecognizable, covered in layers of road dust, mud, and horse sweat, smelling like a stable, his face gaunt from exhaustion. It's a reminder that history isn't made by men in clean togas posing for paintings. It's made by exhausted people who just refuse to stop moving. Now, safely in Britain, surrounded by the loyal legions of the West, Constantine can stop looking over his shoulder. But a new clock is ticking. His father is fading fast. The army knows it. The officers are watching Constantine, gauging him. Is he just a son? Or is he a Caesar? The damp fog of York, Eboracum, the great northern fortress, is waiting for them. The ride is over, but the ascent is just beginning. The young wolf has escaped the trap, but now he must prove he can lead the pack. The world has turned grey. We have left the sun-drenched marble of the Mediterranean far behind and stand now at the edge of the known world, in the fortress city of Eboracum, what we now call York. It is July 306 AD, but summer in northern Britain is a relative term. The air here is heavy with moisture, a constant drizzling mist that soaks into the bones and turns the stone walls of the fortress dark and slick. It smells of peat smoke, wet wool, and the earthy decay of the marshes that surround the city. To a Roman from the south, this is a bleak, ghost-haunted place. The very rim of civilization, where the wall of Hadrian snakes across the hills like a stone scar, holding back the terrors of the north. Inside the praetorium, the commander's palace, the mood is darker still. Flavius Constantius, the Augustus of the West, the conqueror of Britain, is dying. The pale emperor has become translucent. His breath rattles in his chest like dry leaves. Around his bed stand the high officers of the legions, men with scarred faces and iron discipline, watching their commander fade. And standing closest, holding the dying man's hand, is Constantine. This moment is the fulcrum upon which the next 1,000 years of history will pivot. According to the strict rules of Diocletian's tetrarchy, this scene should be a bureaucratic formality. Constantius should die. His designated Caesar, Severus, should succeed him, and a new junior Caesar should be appointed by the senior emperors in the East. It should be paperwork. But the air in the room is charged with a different kind of electricity. The ancient, tribal loyalty of men to a bloodline. The soldiers outside do not care about a flowchart drawn up in Nicomedia. They care that the man dying in that bed led them well, paid them well, and has a son who looks just like him, only younger, stronger, and more alive. On July 25th, 306 AD, Constantius breathes his last. The Pale One slips into history. The moment his heart stops, the silence in the room is shattered, not by wailing, but by the drawing of breath for a shout that has been held back for weeks. Constantine steps out of the palace. He is wearing his father's mourning clothes, but there is nothing fragile about him. He steps into the courtyard, and the sight that meets him is a sea of iron. The 6th Legion Victrix, the victorious, is assembled, but they are not alone. Mingled with the disciplined Roman ranks are wilder figures, barbarian auxiliaries, fierce horsemen with braided hair and talks of gold. Foremost among them is Crocus, a king of the Alemanni, a Germanic chieftain who has sworn his sword to Constantine. Historians still argue about what exactly happened next. Did Constantine orchestrate this, carefully planting officers to start the chant? Or was he truly surprised swept up by a wave of genuine soldierly affection. Eusebius, his great apologist, paints a picture of a humble man trying to refuse the honor, fleeing from the purple robe as if it were a burning coal. But looking at Constantine's midnight ride, his ambition, and his sheer competence, it is hard to imagine him fleeing from the very thing he had raced across a continent to catch. It is more likely that he performed the recusatio imperii, the ritual refusal. He likely held up his hands, saying, "No, I cannot, the law forbids it," while his eyes said, "Louder, please," and they did get louder. The cry begins as a murmur and rises to a roar that shakes the wet mist off the roof tiles. Augustus, Augustus, Augustus. They do not hail him as Caesar, the junior rank. They hail him as Augustus, the supreme emperor, the equal of Galerius. It is a promotion given at the point of a spear. It is treason. It is a declaration of war against the system. But in that courtyard, with 5,000 armed men screaming his name, the law of Diocletian feels very far away. Then comes the physical act that seals his fate. A purple cloak, perhaps his father's, or one hastily improvised, is draped over his shoulders. He is raised onto a shield, a Germanic custom that has thoroughly infected the Roman army. He balances there, high above the heads of the legionaries, a living idol of war. The rain glistens on his armor. He looks out over the sea of helmets, and he accepts. He stops being the son of the emperor. He becomes the emperor. There is a grim practical humor to the situation. The Roman army, arguably the most disciplined organization on earth, had a long-standing tradition of treating the empire's succession laws as more of a guideline. They were essentially saying, "We have the swords, so we make the rules." The bureaucracy in Nicomedia could send all the angry letters it wanted. It would take them months to get here, and by then, Constantine would be entrenched. Constantine immediately sets about securing his position. He sends a portrait of himself, wreathed in imperial laurels, to Galerius in the east, but he is clever. He sends a letter with it, adopting a tone of modest apology. He claims he didn't want the title, but the enthusiastic soldiers forced it upon him. "What could I do?" the letter essentially says. They were just so insistent. It is a masterclass in gaslighting. He knows Galerius will be furious, but he also knows Galerius is busy fighting Persians and cannot afford a civil war in the West right now. Galerius, upon receiving the portrait, reportedly throws it into the fire and threatens to burn the messenger alive. But after his temper cools, he does the math. He cannot fight Constantine yet, so he sends a compromise. He accepts Constantine into the Tetrarchy, but only as a Caesar, the junior rank. He promotes his own man, Severus, to Augustus. Constantine, standing in the grey light of York, looks at the offer. He accepts the title of Caesar for now. It gives him legal cover. It makes him a legitimate ruler in the eyes of the state, not a usurper. He can mint coins. He can collect taxes. He can bide his time. He knows that titles are just words. Power is the number of legions you control. And he controls the West. This moment in York is the first crack in the dam. The Tetrarchy, that perfect geometric box, has been pried open by a crowbar shaped like a gladius. By accepting the acclamation of his father's troops, Constantine has reintroduced the hereditary principle that Diocletian tried so hard to stamp out. He has declared that blood matters more than merit, and that loyalty is owed to a person, not a system. As the cheers fade and the soldiers disperse to the taverns of York to drink to the new emperor's health, Constantine lightly retreats to his father's chambers. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by the cold reality of his position. He is 24 or 25 years old. He rules Britain and Gaul. He has the best army in the world. But he is surrounded by enemies. Galerius in the east hates him. Severus in Italy holds the senior title. And somewhere in the south, the old retired emperor Maximian and his son Maxentius are watching, their own ambitions stirring in the dark. The mist of York swirls around the fortress walls, thick and impenetrable. The future is just as clouded. But Constantine has taken the step. He has crossed the Rubicon of his own life. There is no going back to the shadows now. He is the emperor of the West, and the ghost of the crisis of the 3rd century is smiling, because the Game of Thrones has begun again. The mist of York clears, replaced by the crisp, biting wind of the Rhineland. We move forward to the year 307 AD to the city of Augusta Treverorum, modern Trier, in Germany. Under Constantine's rule, this frontier town is transforming into a Rome of the North. Massive brick basilicas are rising from the mud. The heated floors of the imperial baths are already warm, defying the northern winter. But the warmth inside the palace is artificial, fueled by a political fire that threatens to consume the world. Constantine is safe here, guarded by the Rhine legions, but the rest of the empire is burning. To the south, the unthinkable has happened. Maxentius, the son of the retired emperor Maximian, the man who was snubbed just like Constantine, has seized Rome. He did not ask for permission. He bought the Praetorian Guard with gold and promises, and they slaughtered the legitimate emperor's officials. The tetrarchy is now a shattered vase. Galerius, furious in the east, sent the new Augustus Severus to crush the rebellion. But Severus's army, which used to belong to Maximian, deserted him. Severus was captured and forced to open his veins. The center of the empire is in chaos. And now a visitor arrives in Trier. It is Maximian himself, the old Herculeus, the man who ruled the West for 20 years, has come out of retirement. He is restless, addicted to power, and he needs a friend because Galerius is coming for him with a massive army. He comes to Constantine with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, offering a deal. He offers the one thing he has left to trade, his daughter, Fausta. Here, history repeats itself with a cruel, rhythmic precision. Just as Constantine's father was forced to put aside his first love, Helena, to marry a princess for power, Constantine is now asked to do the same. We must pause to acknowledge a shadowy figure in the background, Minervina. She was Constantine's first partner, the mother of his young son, Crispus. We know almost nothing about her. Was she a wife, a concubine? Did he love her? The silence of the records suggests a quiet, private happiness that didn't fit the official narrative. But now, she must go. Like his mother before him, Constantine chooses ambition over the heart. Minervina is dismissed, vanishing into the fog of history, leaving her son behind to be raised by a stepmother who is barely older than he is. The wedding takes place in late summer, 307 AD. Imagine the scene in the great audience hall of Trier. The walls are plastered in vivid red and gold, lit by thousands of beeswax candles that soften the harsh Germanic light. The air is heavy with the scent of roasted boar, spiced wine, and the sweat of hundreds of courtiers in heavy wool. Constantine stands at the altar, tall and imposing in his military regalia. Beside him stands Fausta. She is young, perhaps no more than 18, a pawn in a game played by old men. But Fausta is not a shrinking violet. She is the daughter of an emperor and the sister of a usurper. She has the blood of the tetrarchy in her veins. She looks at Constantine, this soldier from the wild north, and sees her destiny. Maximian, playing the role of the benevolent father-in-law, performs a double ceremony. He gives Constantine his daughter, yes, but he gives him something more dangerous, the title of Augustus. Again, Constantine is now an Augustus twice over, once by his father's troops, and now by the formal investiture of the senior emperor. It is a desperate attempt by Maximian to bind Constantine to his cause, to create a united front against Galerius. "We are family now," the gesture says. "My enemies are your enemies." But Constantine is not the naive boy who watched from the shadows in Nicomedia. He takes the girl, he takes the title, but he does not take the bait. Observers at the wedding might have noticed a certain coldness in Constantine's eyes as he toasted his new father-in-law. He knows Maximian is a viper. This is the man who retired only because he was forced to, who has already betrayed his oath to Diocletian, and who is currently using his own son, Maxentius, as a shield. Constantine knows that this alliance is as fragile as the glass goblet in his hand. He is marrying into a family of scorpions. Maxentius, his new brother-in-law ruling in Rome, is paranoid and unstable. Maximian, his father-in-law, is power-hungry and treacherous. Fausta, his new wife, is the link between them. The festivities are grand, filled with panegyrics, long, flowery speeches praising Constantine's divine beauty and Maximian's eternal wisdom. The poets claim that the golden age has returned, that the gods are smiling. But outside the hall, the reality is stark. The empire now has too many emperors. There is Galerius in the east, his nephew Maximinus, Constantine in the west, Maxentius in Rome, and the old Maximian trying to control them all. 5 men for 4 chairs. The math doesn't work. There's a soft, tragic tension in the bridal chamber that night. Fausta enters her new life, knowing that her primary job is to produce heirs to replace the son of the woman she replaced. She is walking a tightrope. If she is too loyal to her father, her husband will distrust her. If she is too loyal to her husband, her family will despise her. She is a woman caught between the hammer and the anvil. Historians still argue about Fausta's true nature. Was she a wicked schemer, as later rumors claimed, or a tragic victim of propaganda? On this night, she is simply a young woman marrying a man who is already married to the state. For Constantine, this marriage is a masterstroke of neutrality. By allying with Maximian, he warns Galerius to stay away, but he pointedly refuses to help Maximian and Maxentius in their wars. When Galerius eventually invades Italy to crush the usurpers, Constantine stays in Gaul. He defends the Rhine, he builds his cities, he watches, he lets his enemies bleed each other dry. He is practicing the art of active waiting. The sensory world of this section is one of contrast. The rough, masculine world of the Roman frontier clashing with the sophisticated, treacherous etiquette of the imperial court. We feel the scratch of the gold-embroidered tunic, the weight of the laurel wreath, the cold draught coming from the Rhine River. We hear the laughter of the wedding guests, which sounds a bit too loud, a bit too forced. Everyone in the room knows that peace is a lie. As the wedding guests depart and the candles burn down to pools of wax, a shadow hangs over the new couple. Maximian remains in Constantine's court, a guest who behaves more like a co-ruler. He whispers to the legions. He inspects the walls. He is an old war horse listening for the trumpet. Constantine watches him with the patience of a hunter. He knows the old man cannot help himself. Betrayal is in his nature. The marriage has bought Constantine time, but it has brought the danger inside his own house. The wolf is now sleeping in the den. The year moves forward to 310 AD. We are in the wild green forests of the Rhine frontier, where the air smells of crushed pine needles and the sweat of horses. Constantine is doing what he does best, making war on the enemies of Rome. He is miles away from the comforts of his palace, deep in Frankish territory, securing the borders with a brutal efficiency that has become his trademark. The legions love him for it. He is a soldier's emperor, sleeping in a tent, eating the same rough bread, his boots caked in the same mud. But while the cat is away, the old lion begins to prowl. Back in Arles, the sun-drenched city in southern Gaul, Maximian has finally snapped. The boredom of being a guest in his son-in-law's court has become a poison in his veins. He is an emperor who has ruled the world for 20 years. He cannot bear to be a pensioner bouncing grandchildren on his knee. He sees his chance. A rumor spreads, conveniently, that Constantine has fallen in battle against the Franks. It is a lie, likely planted by Maximian himself. With a speed that belies his age, the old man seizes the imperial treasury at Arles. He dons the purple robe once again, the same robe he has put on and taken off so many times. It must be fraying at the seams. He bribes the troops stationed there, declaring himself Augustus for the third time. He assumes that the army, hearing of Constantine's death, will flock to him out of nostalgia. He is wrong. He has made a fatal miscalculation. He has underestimated the speed of the man he betrayed. Word reaches Constantine on the frontier. A messenger, his horse foaming and dying, delivers the news. Your father-in-law has stolen your city and your title. Constantine does not rage. He does not hold a council of war to debate the merits of negotiation. He simply moves. It is a terrifying display of logistical genius. He abandons the campaign against the Franks, a rare thing for a Roman general to leave a job unfinished, and turns his army south. But marching is too slow. He commandeers boats. He packs his troops onto barges and hurtles down the Saône River, the current adding speed to the oars. It is a blitzkrieg 1,500 years before the word exists. Maximian, comfortable in Arles, expects Constantine to be dead or bogged down in the mud of the north. Instead, he hears that Constantine is coming down the river like a thunderbolt. Panic sets in. The soldiers in Arles, realizing their dead emperor is very much alive and very angry, begin to look at Maximian with cold eyes. The old man flees. He grabs what gold he can and runs to Massilia, modern Marseille, the ancient Greek port city with formidable walls. He locks the gates and prepares for a siege, thinking he can hold out, perhaps call for help from his son Maxentius in Rome. But Constantine is already there. He arrives before the dust of Maximian's arrival has even settled. He does not set up siege engines. He does not starve the city out. He simply rides up to the walls and lets the garrison see him. The soldiers on the battlements look down. On one side, they have a tired, treacherous old man who has betrayed everyone he has ever met. On the other, they have Constantine, young, victorious, the man who pays them. The choice is instantaneous. The gates of Marseille groan open. The soldiers of the garrison do not fight. They open the doors and stand aside. Constantine rides into the city. The streets are silent, save for the clatter of hooves on cobblestones. The sea breeze rattles the shutters of the houses. He rides to the citadel where Maximian is hiding. The confrontation is not a battle. It is a family tragedy. Maximian is dragged before him, stripped of the purple, looking suddenly very old and very small. Here, the history books offer us a choose your own adventure of death. Official imperial propaganda, written later to sanitize the event, claims that Constantine, in his infinite mercy, spared the old man's life, only for Maximian to try to assassinate him in his sleep a few days later, forcing Constantine to execute him. It is a dramatic story, Fausta allegedly revealing the plot to save her husband from her father. But the darker, more likely truth is simpler. Constantine could not let him live. Maximian had proven he was incapable of being loyal. As long as he breathed, he was a rallying point for rebellion. The scene likely played out in a quiet room in the citadel. There were no executioners with axes. In the Roman tradition of high-ranking suicides, Maximian was likely given a choice. The world is not big enough for both of us, Constantine might have said, his voice quiet, lacking the anger of the battlefield. Choose your exit. Maximian, the colleague of Diocletian, the hammer of the West, the man who had reshaped the world, hanged himself. Some sources say it was the sheer humiliation that killed him. Others say he was helped. But the result was the same. The old lion was dead. Constantine steps out of that room, and the weight on his shoulders has changed. He has killed a consecrated emperor. He has killed his wife's father. It is a sin that stains the soul, a violation of pietas, the sacred duty to family. But it is also a liberation. With Maximian gone, the pretense is over. Constantine is no longer the junior partner, the respectful son-in-law. He is the master of the West. But there is a problem. Constantine's legitimacy had partially rested on his connection to the Tetrarchy through Maximian. Now that he has killed the link, he needs a new story. He needs a new justification for his power that doesn't depend on the men he is fighting. And so, in the aftermath of the tragedy at Marseille, a new propaganda begins to emerge. In 310 AD, an anonymous panegyrist delivers a speech in Trier that changes the narrative. He claims that Constantine had a vision, yes, another one, in a temple of Apollo in Gaul. He claims that Constantine is not just the heir of the Tetrarchy, but the descendant of the great emperor Claudius Gothicus, a hero from the previous century. It is a complete fabrication, a genealogical lie invented to give him an ancient pedigree. But more importantly, the speech links Constantine to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. He is moving away from the old gods of the Tetrarchy, Jupiter and Hercules, and aligning himself with the supreme, singular deity of the sky. The mood in the palace is somber. Fausta mourns her father, and a chill settles between husband and wife that will never truly thaw. Constantine has shown her that when it comes to the safety of the throne, family is just another obstacle to be removed. He buries Maximian with honors, of course. He plays the grieving son-in-law in public, but in private, he is already looking south, past the Alps, toward the real prize. Maxentius in Rome hears the news. His father is dead, killed by Constantine. It does not matter that Maxentius and his father were fighting. The blood feud is now declared. Maxentius orders the statues of Constantine in Italy to be smashed. He calls him a murderer, a tyrant. The civil war that has been simmering for years is about to boil over. The board is cleared of the old pieces. Now, it is just the two young wolves left, Constantine in Gaul, Maxentius in Rome. There is a moment of stillness before the next storm. Constantine stands on the walls of Marseille, looking out at the Mediterranean. The water is blue and calm, indifferent to the dead emperor cooling in the citadel. He knows he cannot stop. Power is a bicycle. If you stop moving, you fall. He turns his back on the sea and looks north to his army. They are waiting. The road to Rome is open, but it is paved with skeletons. We leave the windswept ramparts of Gaul and the fresh grave of Maximian to journey south, crossing the spine of the Apennines to descend into the heavy, humid heat of the Eternal City. It is the year 311 AD, and Rome is sweltering under a summer sun that turns the seven hills into a cauldron of yellow dust and nervous energy. Close your eyes and feel the change in the air. In Gaul, the air was sharp with pine and the smell of the river. Here, it is thick with the scent of garlic, heated stone, the muddy exhale of the Tiber, and the sweat of 1,000,000 souls packed inside the Aurelian walls. We are entering the domain of Maxentius, the man history has remembered as the villain of this story, the dark shadow against which Constantine's light would eventually shine. But as we walk the crowded streets of the Subura, dodging the carts and the beggars, we must pause to look at this tyrant with clear eyes, stripping away the centuries of propaganda written by the victors. Maxentius was not a monster from a fairy tale. He was a man trying desperately to hold on to a dream that was slipping through his fingers. He had begun his reign in 306 AD as a hero, the preserver of the city, the man who stood up to the tetrarchs and said that Rome should be the capital of the world again, not some distant outpost like Nicomedia or Trier. For a brief, shining moment, the Romans loved him. He gave them back their pride. He launched a massive building program, the likes of which the city had not seen in decades. If you walk through the Roman Forum today, you can still see the colossal arches of the Basilica of Maxentius, though Constantine would later plaster his own name over it. It is a structure of overwhelming ambition, a cathedral of brick and concrete that screams, "I am here, and I am staying." But by 311, the honeymoon is long over, replaced by a bitter, grinding marriage of necessity. The city is afraid. The mood in the streets has turned from celebration to a sullen, dangerous quiet. The problem, as is so often the case in history, is bread. The Roman mob can forgive a lack of liberty, but it cannot forgive a lack of grain. A rebellion in North Africa, the breadbasket of the empire, has cut off the vital shipments of wheat. The free grain dole, the annona, which has kept the peace in Rome for centuries, is faltering. We can imagine the scenes at the distribution centers, the long lines, the hollow eyes, the riots breaking out when the officials announce that the warehouses are empty. Hunger is a noise, a low rumble that vibrates through the floorboards of the palace on the Palatine Hill. To pay his soldiers, the Praetorian Guard, who put him on the throne and are the only thing keeping him there, Maxentius has been forced to tax the wealthy senators until they bleed. He has revived the polis, a tax on business capital that hits the shopkeepers and the artisans. The hero has become the oppressor. The protector has become the parasite. History has painted Maxentius in lurid colors. Constantinian sources, writing later to justify the war, tell us stories of a depraved maniac who indulged in black magic, ripping unborn babies from wombs to read the future in their entrails, and who ravaged the wives of noblemen. There is the tragic story of Sophronia, a Christian noblewoman who, when summoned to Maxentius's bed, asked for a moment to pray and then stabbed herself rather than submit to his lust. It is a powerful, heartbreaking image, echoing the ancient tale of Lucretia that brought down the kings of old Rome. Historians still argue whether these stories are facts or standard political slanders. The tyrant kit that Roman authors pulled off the shelf whenever they needed to justify a regime change. It is likely a mix of truth and exaggeration. Maxentius was almost certainly paranoid, cruel in his desperation, and reliant on a brutal secret police to suppress dissent. But the cartoon villainy may be the paint applied by the man who killed him. What is undeniably true is that Maxentius is terrified. He knows Constantine is watching from across the Alps. He knows the son of the harlot is coming. Maxentius is not a coward, but he is a strategist of defense. He looks at his situation and decides to turn Rome into a fortress. He strengthens the Aurelian walls, raising the towers, digging the ditches deeper. He stockpiles what food remains. He is counting on the sheer weight of the city to save him. He has a massive army, perhaps 100,000 men, including the heavy armored cavalry, known as cataphracts, and the elite praetorians. Constantine has maybe 40,000. On paper, Maxentius cannot lose. He just has to sit tight. He just has to wait behind the walls that have never been breached. But waiting is a torture all its own. The atmosphere inside the palace is claustrophobic. Maxentius consults the augurs daily. He watches the flight of birds. He inspects the livers of sacrificed bulls. The gods are silent, or their answers are maddeningly vague. He orders the Sibylline books, the ancient sacred prophecies of Rome, to be consulted. The priests, nervous and sweating in their heavy robes, offer him a cryptic line. On this day, the enemy of the Romans will perish. Maxentius, desperate for hope, interprets this to mean Constantine. He does not stop to think that he might be the enemy the prophecy is talking about. It is the classic tragedy of the ancient world, hearing what you want to hear until the sword is at your throat. Down in the streets, the tension manifests in dark humor and graffiti scrawled on the walls at night. The Romans, even in their misery, have not lost their sharp tongues. They whisper that they have traded a log, Severus, for a stalk, Maxentius, a reference to Aesop's fables, where the frogs ask for a king and get eaten. They see the soldiers of the garrison eating well while their children cry from hunger. A riot breaks out at the Circus Maximus during a chariot race. The crowd, usually there to cheer the blues or the greens, suddenly turns and jeers at the emperor in his box. "We are dying," they scream. Maxentius orders his guards to silence them. The sword is drawn against the people. The bond is broken. As the winter of 301 turns into the spring of 312, the city feels like a trap. The gates are heavily guarded, not just to keep enemies out, but to keep the citizens in. Rumors fly like bats at twilight. Constantine has crossed the Alps. Constantine has been defeated. Constantine brings legions of giants. No one knows the truth. They only know that a storm is coming from the north. The tyrant sits in his basilica, surrounded by marble and gold, but he is the loneliest man in the world. He has the numbers, he has the walls, and he has the ancient gods of Rome on his side. But he lacks the one thing that matters most, the momentum of history. He is trying to hold back the tide with a shield. There is a sensory heaviness to this section, a feeling of stagnation. The air does not move. The water in the fountains is low. The dust settles on everything, turning the colorful togas of the senators to a uniform gray. We are waiting for the lightning to strike this heavy atmosphere. We are waiting for the clean, cold wind of the invasion. Maxentius checks the locks on the gates one last time. He is ready. He believes he is the defender of tradition against a usurper. He does not realize he is the antagonist in a story that has already decided his ending. The tyrant waits, and the road to the Milvian Bridge is being paved, stone by stone, with his anxiety. From the suffocating, fear-drenched heat of Rome, the wind shifts abruptly, carrying us north, up into the thin, razor-sharp air of the Cottian Alps. It is the spring of 312 AD. The snow still clings to the high peaks, blindingly white against the steel-grey sky. And the silence here is profound, broken only by the scream of eagles and the crunch of thousands of hobnailed boots on frozen gravel. Constantine is doing the unthinkable. Conventional military wisdom, that old and cautious ghost, would have told him to wait. Maxentius has the numbers. Estimates suggest he commands perhaps 100,000 men or more, a vast host entrenched behind the walls of Italy. Constantine has, at best, 40,000 soldiers he can spare from the Rhine frontier without letting the Franks overrun Gaul. He is outnumbered nearly 3-1. He is the invader, walking into a trap set by a man who holds the high ground. But Constantine possesses a weapon that Maxentius does not: momentum. He knows that fear is a fungus that grows in the dark, in the waiting. If he pauses, his men will have time to count the odds. If he moves, they only have time to follow. And so, he commits to one of the greatest gambles in military history, echoing the legendary march of Hannibal 5 centuries before. He points his horse toward the mountain passes and gives the order to advance. Imagine the sensory reality of this crossing. It is not a parade. It is a struggle against the earth itself. The path is narrow, treacherous, winding along the edges of cliffs, where a single misstep sends a pack mule or a man tumbling into the mist below. The air is so cold it burns the lungs, tasting of ice and ancient stone. The legions of Britain and Gaul are tough men, used to the rain. But this is a different kind of hardship. They are carrying their world on their backs: weapons, armor, rations, stakes for the camp palisades, totaling 60 pounds of gear per man. Yet, they move with a terrifying speed. Constantine rides among them, not in a carriage, but on horseback, his face red from the wind, sharing the biting cold. He knows that he must reach the plains of Italy before Maxentius's generals can concentrate their forces. He is threading a needle with an army. As they descend from the high passes, the air begins to soften, turning sweet with the scent of the Italian spring, wildflowers and melting snow. They spill out onto the plains of the Po Valley, near the town of Segusio, modern Susa. The gates are barred. Maxentius's forces are waiting. Constantine does not hesitate. He orders the walls stormed, and the town falls, not to a long siege, but to a sudden, violent surge of aggression. But he does not burn it. In a calculated act of psychological warfare, he forbids looting. He shows the people of Italy that he comes not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. This mercy is a weapon sharper than any sword. But the real test awaits at Augusta Taurinorum, modern Turin. Here, a large Maxentian army is drawn up to meet him. and they have brought a nightmare with them. The field is dominated by clibanarii or cataphracts, heavy armored cavalry. These are men and horses encased entirely in scale armor, shimmering like dragons in the sunlight. They are tanks of the ancient world, designed to smash through infantry lines like a hammer through glass. To a foot soldier standing on the grass, holding a wooden shield, the sight of this wall of iron thundering toward him must be the definition of terror. Constantine, observing from a rise in the ground, displays the tactical genius that will define his legacy. He knows that if his line stands rigid, the cataphracts will shatter it. So, he orders his center to yield, to fall back in a controlled curve, creating a bag or a pocket. As the heavy cavalry charges in, expecting to crush the resistance, they find themselves surrounded on three sides. Then Constantine springs the trap. He sends his own lighter, faster cavalry to the wings and orders his infantry to attack. Not with swords, but with heavy clubs and maces. It is a brutal, pragmatic solution. A sword glances off scale armor, but a heavy iron-bound club shatters the bone beneath it. The Battle of Turin is a chaotic, swirling melee of dust and noise. The oven men, a nickname for the cataphracts, baking inside their metal suits, are pulled from their horses or crushed by the weight of their own charge. The invincible heavy cavalry is annihilated. Constantine enters Turin in triumph. The cheering is real this time. The people see that the tyrant's armor has a flaw. The myth of Maxentius's invulnerability is broken on the fields of Piedmont. But the road to Rome is not yet open. The final lock on the door to Italy is the city of Verona, a fortress surrounded by the bending Adige River, making it a natural moat. Inside commands Ruricius Pompeianus, Maxentius's most capable and loyal general, a man who will not surrender. He holds a massive force, the core of the Italian army. Constantine arrives and lays siege, but Pompeianus is clever. He slips out of the city before the encirclement is complete and rides east to gather reinforcements. He returns days later with a fresh army, hoping to trap Constantine between the city walls and his new force. It is the classic military nightmare, being attacked from both sides. Constantine is now the meat in the sandwich, but again, his nerve holds with a supernatural calmness. He leaves a portion of his army to keep the city of Verona bottled up, and with the rest, he turns to face Pompeianus in the open field. The battle begins in the evening. It is a surreal twilight slaughter. The sun goes down, but the fighting continues by the light of the moon and the sparks of sword against shield. Constantine is in the thick of it, personally leading charges, risking the entire future of the West on the swing of his arm. His officers beg him to stay back, but he refuses. He knows the men need to see him. By the time the sun rises, the army of Pompeianus is destroyed. Ruricius Pompeianus himself is found dead among the heaps of the fallen, fighting to the last breath. Verona opens its gates. Aquileia follows. Modena follows. The entire north of Italy has fallen. The path to Rome is now wide open. There are no more armies between Constantine and the Milvian Bridge. The news travels south like a shockwave. In Rome, the confidence in the palace begins to crack. Maxentius realizes that the Alps did not stop him. The heavy cavalry did not stop him. The walls of Verona did not stop him. This is not just a rebellion. It is an avalanche. Constantine moves his army south, down the Flaminian Way. The march is easier now. The towns open their doors, offering wine and grain, eager to be on the winning side. The soldiers march with a swagger, sensing that destiny is marching with them. They are no longer just an army. They are a pilgrimage of steel. But as they camp at night, looking at the stars that hang over the Apennines, a quiet tension remains. They know the biggest beast is still in the lair. Maxentius is still in Rome, and he still has the Praetorian Guard, the killers who made and unmade emperors. And he has the Tiber. The final act is approaching. Constantine, sitting by his fire, perhaps looks at the sky, searching for a sign. He has relied on his tactical mind, his soldier's grit, and his own luck so far. But for what comes next, for the assault on the Eternal City itself, he feels he needs something more. He needs a sanction that transcends the logic of war. The air is heavy with the static of a coming revelation. The man who crossed the Alps of ice is about to cross a threshold of the spirit. The mountains are behind him. The bridge is ahead. We have arrived at the precipice. The date is October 27th, 312 AD. The army of Constantine has pitched its tents at a place called Saxa Rubra, the Red Rocks, about 9 miles north of Rome. The march is over. The waiting has begun. The air here is different from the crisp winds of the Alps or the fresh breezes of the Po Valley. It is heavy, stagnant, carrying the invisible weight of the great city that lies just over the horizon. From the high ground, the soldiers can perhaps see the faint grey smudge of smoke rising from the eternal fires of Rome, the cooking fires of 1,000,000 people, the incense of 1,000 temples. But between them and that city stands the army of Maxentius, a force that dwarfs their own, and the formidable barrier of the Tiber River. The mood in the camp is not one of triumphant celebration, but of gnawing anxiety. Soldiers are practical men. They can count. They know they are outnumbered. They know that Maxentius has destroyed every rival who has marched against him. They know that behind those distant walls sits the Praetorian Guard, the best equipped killers in the world. As the sun climbs to its zenith, beating down on the dry, dusty plain, a silence settles over the ranks. It is the silence of men who are wondering if they have marched all this way just to die. Constantine feels this silence. He walks through the camp, his face a mask of calm, but his mind is wrestling with forces far larger than troop movements. He is a man of his time, which means he believes deeply that the material world is merely a shadow of the spiritual world. Battles are not decided by swords alone. They are decided by the favor of the divine. But which divine? The Roman pantheon is a crowded, noisy room. Do you sacrifice to Mars, to Jupiter, to Apollo? Maxentius, inside the city, is drowning the altars in blood, hedging his bets with every god in the roster. Constantine, with the clarity of a soldier, seeks something simpler. He seeks a singular power. He needs a god who is not distracted, a god of absolute victory. And then it happens. It is around noon. The sun is high, blazing with the fierce intensity of the Italian autumn. Constantine is riding with his officers, or perhaps standing apart in prayer. The accounts vary. He looks up at the sky, perhaps squinting against the glare, looking for a bird, a cloud, anything that might serve as an omen. But he sees something that stops the breath in his throat. Above the sun, or perhaps superimposed upon it, is a trophy of light. It is a cross, burning brighter than the sun itself. And inscribed in the sky, written in stars or light, or simply impressed upon the mind with the force of a shout, are the Greek words en toto nika. In this, conquer, or as the Latin translation would later immortalize it, in hoc signo vinces. Eusebius, the bishop who would later become Constantine's biographer, claims that the emperor told him this story personally, years later, swearing an oath to its truth. He claims the entire army saw it, that thousands of men stared up, shielding their eyes, witnessing this tear in the fabric of reality. Historians and scientists have spent centuries trying to decode this moment. Was it a miracle? A mass hallucination born of exhaustion and fear? Or was it a rare but natural atmospheric phenomenon known as a sundog or parhelion, where ice crystals in the upper atmosphere refract sunlight to create a halo or a cross shape around the sun? To a modern mind, a sundog is a meteorological curiosity. To a Roman mind, steeped in the language of omens, it was a telegram from the heavens. If it was a natural event, Constantine's genius lay in how he interpreted it. He did not see ice crystals, he saw a promise. But the vision is only half the story. The day fades. The sun, with its terrible sign, dips below the horizon, plunging the camp into purple twilight. The soldiers sit around their fires, whispering, glancing nervously at the darkness. The night of October 27th is long. Constantine retires to his tent, his mind racing. The sign was clear, but its meaning is still a riddle. Who sent it? The sun god, Sol Invictus, whom his family has worshipped for a generation. Or something else? He sleeps, and in the landscape of his dreams, the answer clarifies. According to the writer Lactantius, who was closer to the events than Eusebius, Christ appeared to Constantine in a dream that night. The figure commanded him to make a likeness of the heavenly sign he had seen and to paint it on the shields of his soldiers as a safeguard against enemies. He is told to use the chi-rho, a monogram formed by superimposing the first two letters of the Greek word for Christ, chi x, rho p. When Constantine wakes on the morning of October 28th, the world has changed. He calls his officers. He calls the artisans and the armorers. He describes the sign, a P with a vertical line crossed by an X, often wreathed in a circle. Paint this, he orders, on everything. Imagine the scene in the workshops of the camp. It is a frantic rush. Soldiers are mixing paint, red, white, whatever they have. They are taking their shields, which likely bore the thunderbolts of Jupiter or the geometric patterns of their legions, and painting over them with this strange new symbol. It is a cryptic, alien shape to many of them. Most of these men are pagans. They worship Mithras, or the unconquered sun, or the spirits of their ancestors. They do not know the theology of this Jewish carpenter from Galilee. They do not know the Nicene Creed, but they know their general. And if Constantine says, "This sign brings victory," they will carry it. There is a profound, almost electric tension in this act. It is a gambling of the soul. Constantine is effectively throwing away the protection of the traditional gods, the gods who built the Roman Empire, and betting everything on a deity who, until very recently, was illegal to worship. It is a pivot point so sharp, it creates a vertigo in history. If he loses today, this new sign will be remembered as the foolish superstition of a usurper, buried in the mud along with his corpse. If he wins, it will become the banner of a new world order. The sensory details of this morning are vivid. The smell of wet paint drying in the cool dawn air. The sound of officers shouting orders, not in the name of Jove, but with a new, strange confidence. the sight of thousands of shields, row upon row, marked with the Chi, gleaming dully in the morning light. It is a visual branding of history. The army is no longer just a Roman legion. It is the first army of Christendom, though it doesn't know it yet. Maxentius, inside the city, knows nothing of this. He is celebrating the anniversary of his accession, his dies imperii. It is the 6th anniversary of his rule. The oracles have told him that the enemy of Rome will die. He is confident. He leaves the safety of the Aurelian walls. He crosses the Tiber. He orders his engineers to construct a bridge of boats, a pontoon bridge, alongside the stone Milvian bridge, which has been partially dismantled to prevent Constantine from crossing. He is coming out to fight. He is positioning his army with the river at their backs. A tactical decision so reckless that historians still scratch their heads. Why leave the walls? Why trap yourself against the water? Perhaps the gods were involved, blinding him with hubris. Constantine mounts his horse. He sees the enemy forming up across the plain. He sees the river churning, brown and swollen. He looks at his own men, their shields painted with the monogram of a god of peace, about to do the work of war. He draws his sword. The question of the vision, solar halo or divine miracle, no longer matters. The only thing that matters is belief. And as the trumpets sound, shattering the morning quiet, Constantine believes. The sun and the sign have aligned. The charge begins. The morning of October 28th, 312 AD, begins not with the clash of steel, but with the quiet, rhythmic scratching of brushes against wood and leather. We are in the camp of Constantine, and the air is thick with a strange, industrious tension. It smells of wet chalk, red lead, and the acrid vinegar used to mix the pigments. Thousands of men, veterans of the Rhine, tough Gauls, scarred Illyrians, are kneeling in the dirt, working with a haste that borders on desperation. They are painting. This is a scene unique in the annals of Roman warfare. Usually a soldier's shield, his scutum, is his identity. It bears the lightning bolts of Jupiter, the wings of victory, or the geometric emblem of his specific legion. It is a sacred object, passed down, polished, and revered. But today, on the orders of a man who claims to have spoken with the divine, they are covering those old symbols with something new. Watch the hand of an old centurion as he guides a brush over the curved surface of his shield. He is a devotee of Mithras, the soldier god who slays the bull. He has spent his life offering sacrifices in dark subterranean caves. He does not know who this Christos is. To him, it might be just another Eastern mystery, a new flavor of magic. But he knows Constantine. He has seen Constantine ride into a hail of arrows without flinching. He has seen him plan victories where others saw only defeat. If the imperator says, this strange monogram, the Chi, is the key to survival, then the centurion will paint it with the same precision he uses to sharpen his sword. It is a wager. They are trading the protection of the ancestors for the protection of a vision. The symbol itself is stark and striking. The letter Chi, X, and the letter Rho, P, intersect, looking like a spear crossing a staff, often enclosed in a wreath of victory. It is simple enough for a soldier to daub quickly, yet mysterious enough to feel powerful. As the sun rises higher, burning off the morning mist, the army transforms. It is no longer a collection of disparate units. It is a unified sea of marked men. They are branded. They are walking into battle, not just as soldiers of the West, but as the instruments of a specific intervening will. Across the plain, the army of Maxentius is moving. And here, we witness one of the most baffling strategic decisions in the history of warfare. Maxentius has the Aurelian walls, fortifications so massive they will not be breached for another 100 years. He has food, he has water. He could sit inside Rome and laugh as Constantine's army starves in the countryside. But he does not. Driven by the ambiguous prophecy that the enemy of Rome will die, and perhaps stung by the jeers of his own people who have called him a coward for hiding, Maxentius orders the gates opened. He leads his army out. They cross the Tiber River, moving from the safety of the city to the open ground of the Saxa Rubra. But the Milvian Bridge itself, the stone bridge that carries the Flaminian Way, is too narrow for an army to deploy rapidly, and parts of it had been dismantled earlier as a defensive measure. So, Maxentius has constructed a second bridge alongside it. It is a pontoon bridge, made of wooden boats lashed together, designed to break apart in the middle if the enemy tries to cross it. A trap, but in a twist of fate that feels scripted by a tragedian, Maxentius marches his own men across this fragile structure. He arranges his battle line with the Tiber River directly at his back. Any military cadet in the world can tell you why this is suicide. If you win, it doesn't matter. But if you lose, if your line breaks, there is nowhere to run. There is only the deep, cold, swirling water. Maxentius has effectively placed his army in a coffin and waited for Constantine to nail the lid shut. Historians still argue whether this was sheer incompetence, a belief that his men would fight harder with no retreat possible, the burning the boats strategy, or if he simply misjudged the space needed for his massive numbers. Constantine watches this deployment from the high ground. He must have looked at the river, then at the crowded enemy ranks, and felt a surge of cold, predatory joy. He sees the mistake. He sees the trap Maxentius has set for himself. The odds, 40,000 against 100,000, suddenly look different. In a confined space, numbers don't matter as much as maneuverability. Maxentius has packed his men in so tight they can barely swing their swords. The atmosphere shifts from industry to adrenaline. The painting is done. The shields are dry. Constantine rides to the front of his lines. He is resplendent, his armor gleaming, the purple cloak billowing in the wind. He does not look like a man plagued by doubt. He looks like a man who knows the ending of the story. He raises his hand, perhaps pointing to the sun, perhaps to the Chiro on his own helmet. He gives the speech that every general gives, but with a new weight. He tells them that the supreme divinity, Summus Deus, is with them. He tells them that the tyrant has been delivered into their hands by his own foolishness. The silence of the morning is about to be shattered. The two armies are like two storm fronts colliding. On one side, the desperate, crowded masses of Maxentius, fighting for a man they fear, backed against a river they cannot cross. On the other, the hardened veterans of Constantine, fighting for a man they love, protected by a sign they do not understand, but are willing to die for. There is a moment of stillness, that heartbeat before the violence, where the world seems to hold its breath. A hawk circles overhead, looking down at the ants below. The wind ripples the grass, and then the trumpets sound. Not the hesitant, wavering notes of uncertainty, but the brazen, screaming blast of the charge. The battle of the Milvian Bridge has begun. The experiment of the vision is about to be tested in blood. The moment of impact is not a sound. It is a physical vibration that travels through the earth, shaking the bones of the men standing in the rear ranks before the noise even reaches their ears. When Constantine's cavalry strikes the line of Maxentius, it is like a thunderbolt hitting a forest of dry timber. We are witnessing the collision of two worlds on the grassy plains of the Saxa Rubra. On one side, the tired, brittle confidence of the old Roman establishment, fighting for a system that is already dead. On the other, the ferocious, terrifying energy of the new age, advancing behind a symbol that burns like a white scar on the painted shields. Constantine, displaying the personal courage that makes soldiers forgive 1,000 sins, leads the charge himself. He is not directing from a tent, he is in the saddle, his sword rising and falling, a figure of purple and gold cutting through the grey dust. His Gallic cavalry, lighter and faster than the heavy cataphracts of Maxentius, moves with a fluid lethality. They do not smash into the wall of iron. They flow around it, flanking, slashing at the legs of the horses, dismantling the enemy's strength with the precision of surgeons. The heavy cavalry of Maxentius, the pride of the Praetorians, finds itself trapped in its own armor, unable to turn, unable to maneuver in the crushing press of bodies. They are statues of metal, toppling over in the mud. But the true horror of the battle lies in the infantry clash. Imagine the sound of 20,000 shields slamming into 20,000 other shields simultaneously. A clap of doom that startles the birds from the trees for miles around. The front lines dissolve into a chaotic, grinding scrum. It is intimate, sweaty, desperate work. Here, the Giro proves its psychological worth. The soldiers of Maxentius look across the rim of their shields and see this strange alien monogram coming at them again and again. It is unnerving. It suggests that their enemy knows something they do not. It suggests that the gods have switched sides. Every time a Maxentian soldier falls, the superstition grows. Their god is stronger. The tyrant's troops are fighting for a paycheck and a man who hides in a palace. Constantine's troops are fighting for a charismatic warlord who rides in the front rank and claims to have a direct line to heaven. Morale, that invisible fluid of war, begins to drain from the army of Maxentius like water from a cracked jar. Historians still argue about the specifics of the tactical maneuvering. Did Constantine use a specific oblique order formation, or was it a simple brute force encirclement? The reality on the ground likely mattered little to the men dying in the crush. The decisive factor is the geography. As Constantine's infantry pushes forward, grinding their way through the resistance, the army of Maxentius begins to compress. This is the nightmare of the riverback deployment. A retreating army needs space to breathe, to regroup, to fall back and reform the line. But Maxentius has given his men no space. As the front line buckles under the ferocity of Constantine's assault, the men step back, only to bump into the men behind them. The panic ripples backward. The formation becomes a mob. The discipline of the legions, drilled into them for centuries, breaks down because there is simply no room to be a soldier. You cannot swing a gladius if you are pinned against your comrade's back. You cannot throw a pilum if there is an elbow in your face. The dust rises in choking clouds, turning the sun-drenched afternoon into a sepia-toned hell. Through the haze, we catch glimpses of individual tragedies. A young recruit from southern Italy crying out for his mother as the line collapses. A veteran centurion trying to hold his unit together, shouting orders that are swallowed by the roar of the crowd. And always, looming silently behind them, is the Tiber. The river is swollen, cold, and fast. It is not a savior, it is a wall. The pontoon bridge, that fragile string of boats bobbing on the current, is the only exit for tens of thousands of panicked men. It is a funnel, and as the pressure from Constantine's advance grows, the army of Maxentius begins to squeeze toward that single, terrifying choke point. Constantine sees it. He sees the wavering. He sees the enemy standards swaying back and forth like tall grass in a gale. He senses the moment, the tipping point that every great commander knows. He orders the final push. His reserves are thrown in. The cornuti, a crack unit of Germanic warriors in his service known for their terrifying war cry, slam into the Maxentian flank. The sound is different now. It is no longer the rhythmic clang of battle, but the discordant shriek of a rout. The army of Maxentius breaks. It is not a retreat, it is a collapse. Men drop their shields, their spears, their honor, and turn to run. But there is nowhere to run except onto the wooden planks of the bridge or into the dark water. There is a grim, dark irony here. Maxentius, the man who built the great basilica, the man who strengthened the walls, the master builder of Rome, is about to be undone by a bridge he built himself. He is watching his power disintegrate from the safety of the rear, but the rear is rapidly becoming the front. The chaos is rushing toward him. He is caught in the human stampede. The prophecy of the Sibylline books, the enemy of Rome will die, is finally becoming clear. But the twist is a knife in his gut. He is the enemy. The river is waiting for him. The sensory world of the battlefield narrows down to the smell of fear, a sharp, metallic scent that overrides the blood and the dust, and the sight of the Chi-Rho advancing, inexorable, unstoppable, a symbol of victory carved out of the nightmares of the old world. The edge of the river is no longer a boundary, it is a grave. The battle is technically over. The slaughter is just beginning. The bridge is screaming. It is a sound that cuts through the roar of battle, a high-pitched, tortured groaning of timber pushed beyond its breaking point. We are focused now on a single terrifying strip of wood and rope bobbing on the surface of the Tiber. It is the pontoon bridge, the trap Maxentius built for his enemy, which has now become the only lifeline for his own survival. Thousands of men are surging toward it. The discipline of the Roman legions has evaporated completely. There are no ranks here, no cohorts, no eagles. There is only a frantic, heaving mob of terrified humanity, driven by the primal instinct to put distance between themselves and the swords of Constantine's cavalry. Imagine the physics of this disaster. A pontoon bridge is designed to hold the rhythmic march of a column where weight is distributed evenly. It is not designed to hold a stampede of armored men, horses, and wagons, all crushing onto it at once. The wooden boats that support the planks are being pushed deep into the water, the river swirling over the gunwales. The ropes straining against the current are vibrating like plucked cello strings. And still, more men pile on. They are climbing over the backs of the fallen, pushing their comrades into the water to secure a foothold. It is a scene of utter desperation. The heavy iron mail, the bronze helmets, the wooden shields, all of this weight is concentrated on a structure as fragile as a twig in a flood. Maxentius is there, in the center of the crush. The Emperor of Rome, the master of the world's greatest city, is now just another body in the press. He is mounted on his horse, a magnificent beast that is rolling its eyes in terror, fighting for footing on the slick, blood-slicked planks. Maxentius is likely shouting, screaming for order, but his voice is a whisper in the hurricane. He looks back, perhaps for the last time, at the shore. He sees his army dissolving. He sees the Chiro standards of Constantine advancing through the dust, relentless, unstoppable. He realizes, with the clarity of the damned, that the prophecy was a trick. The gods have not just abandoned him, they have led him into a killing box. And then, the physics wins. It happens in an instant, yet in the memory of history, it plays out in agonizing slow motion. A central timber, the keystone of the floating structure, snaps. The sound is like a cannon shot, a crack of thunder that momentarily silences the screams. The bridge buckles, the boats swing apart, and then the entire center section collapses into the river. The sight is horrific. Hundreds of men, horses, and the emperor himself slide helplessly into the void. They do not fall like leaves. They fall like stones. These are men encased in 40, 50, 60 pounds of metal. They are wearing chainmail, scale armor, greaves, and heavy helmets. In a field battle, this armor makes them tanks. In deep water, it makes them anchors. We follow Maxentius down. The water of the Tiber is cold, murky, and churning with the silt of the autumn rains. He hits the surface with a splash that is immediately swallowed by the river. The shock of the cold is instant. He tries to swim. Every instinct in his body screams to kick, to stroke, to reach for the light. But the armor is jealous. It clings to him. The sodden wool of his purple cloak wraps around his legs like a net. His horse, thrashing in panic, perhaps kicks him, driving him deeper. There is a terrifying silence underwater. The roar of the battle, the screams of the dying, the clash of steel, all of it is muffled instantly, replaced by the rushing sound of water and the thudding of one's own heart. Maxentius, the son of an emperor, the builder of basilicas, sinks into the mud of the riverbed. He does not die by the sword of a hero. He does not die with a noble speech on his lips. He dies choking on the mud of the Tiber, dragged down by the very symbols of his power. He is swallowed by the history of Rome itself. Above the surface, the disaster is total. With the bridge gone, the thousands of men left on the north bank are trapped. A sound of collective despair rises from the trapped army, a wail that the chroniclers describe as unearthly. They are pressed between the advancing wall of Constantine's shields and the open grave of the river. Many, in their panic, try to swim. They strip off their armor, casting aside their helmets and breastplates, and dive in. Some make it to the other side, shivering and half naked. Most do not. The current is too strong, the confusion too great. The river becomes choked with bodies. It is a gruesome slurry of men and horses, spinning in the eddies, bumping against the broken pilings of the stone bridge. Constantine, sitting on his horse on the high bank, watches the catastrophe. He does not smile. He does not cheer. The sources tell us he watched with a grim, stoic intensity. This is total victory, yes, but it is also a massacre of Romans by Romans. He sees the flower of the Italian army, the Praetorians, the Maxentian Guard, drowning in the brown water. He sees the end of the civil war playing out, not in a treaty room, but in a mass drowning. He orders his men to stop the slaughter. there is no need to kill men who are already surrendering. The survivors on the bank throw down their weapons. They fall to their knees, raising their hands, begging for the mercy of the conqueror. They look at the gyro on the shields of the victors, and they bow to it. They have seen what happens to those who fight against the god of Constantine. The river has judged. As the afternoon light begins to fade, turning the surface of the Tiber to a sheet of copper, the noise finally dies down. The screams are replaced by the groans of the wounded and the quiet lapping of the water against the shore. The broken timbers of the bridge drift downstream, carrying the wreckage of a regime out to sea. The body of Maxentius is not found immediately. It rests in the deep silt, hidden from the world. It will be dragged up the next day, identified by the distinctive purple boots and the heavy armor. But for now, he is gone. The tyrant has vanished. The obstacle that stood between Constantine and the mastery of the West has been washed away. Constantine turns his horse away from the river. He looks toward the city. The Aurelian walls are still there, towering and golden in the sunset. But they are no longer a barrier. They are a gateway. The gates are opening. The people of Rome, who have been watching from the battlements, see the collapse. They see the result. They know who their new master is. The air feels lighter now. The oppressive humidity of the standoff has broken. The storm has passed, but the world that emerges from the water is not the same one that went into it. The old Rome, the pagan Rome of Maxentius, has drowned. A new Rome is standing on the bank, drawing its sword, marked with the sign of the cross. The collapse of the bridge was not just a structural failure. It was the snapping of the link to the classical past. We are drifting now toward the city, carried by the current of inevitable change. The water settles, the dead sleep, and the living prepare to enter the history books. The sun rises on October 29th, 312 AD, casting a pale, revealing light over the muddy banks of the Tiber. The roar of battle has been replaced by the grim, quiet work of the aftermath. Soldiers are wading into the shallows, using long poles to prod the silt, searching for the final piece of the political puzzle. They find him. Maxentius, the man who claimed the city as his own, is dredged from the riverbed. He is heavy with mud and armor, a fallen colossus. In a scene that balances the brutal pragmatism of Rome with the macabre theater of power, the head of the tyrant is removed. It is washed, mounted on a tall spear, and prepared for the procession. This is not cruelty for cruelty's sake. In a world without photographs or news feeds, this is the only way to prove to a terrified population that the war is truly over. The ghost is exorcised only when the people can see the corpse. Constantine prepares for his adventus, his formal, triumphal entry into the eternal city. He rides a white stallion, but he is not the same man who left the city as a child. He wears the purple, but his eyes scan the crowd with the cool detachment of a surgeon who has just saved a patient by amputating a limb. The gates of Rome, the Porta Flaminia, swing open. The roar that greets him is deafening. It is a mixture of relief, sycophancy, and genuine joy. The Romans, fickle as ever, have decided that they always hated Maxentius. They cheer the new winner with the same lungs they used to cheer the old one. The procession moves down the Via Lata, the modern Corso. It is a sensory overload. The air is thick with flower petals thrown from balconies, the dust of thousands of feet, and the metallic tang of the soldiers' sweat. But look closely at those soldiers. They are marching with a swagger that is new. Their shields still bear the drying paint of the gyro. They look at the temples of Mars and Apollo as they pass, and perhaps they smirk. They have beaten the gods of Rome on their own doorstep. The Senate comes out to meet him. These old men, the custodians of tradition, are terrified. They supported Maxentius because he was their man, the champion of the old ways. They expect a purge. They expect heads to roll in the forum. But Constantine surprises them. He greets them with courtesy. He does not unleash his soldiers to loot the villas of the aristocracy. He presents himself as the liberator, not the conqueror. He tells them he has come to restore the Senate to its ancient dignity. It is a lie, of course. He will rule as an autocrat. But it is a polite lie, and that is all the Senate needs to breathe again. But as the procession winds its way through the heart of the city, passing the Colosseum and entering the Roman Forum, the atmosphere tightens. We are approaching the critical moment, the spiritual climax of the triumph. By ancient tradition, going back 1,000 years to Romulus, a victorious general ends his triumph by climbing the Capitoline Hill. He ascends the long stairs to the temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus. There, amidst the smoke of incense and the chanting of priests, he sacrifices a white bull to the king of the gods, thanking him for the victory. It is the central act of the Roman state religion. It is the handshake between Rome and heaven. Constantine rides to the foot of the hill. The priests of Jupiter are waiting at the top, knives sharpened, the bull restless and adorned with garlands. The crowd watches. The Senate watches. They wait for him to dismount and begin the ascent. He does not move. In a silence that must have felt louder than the battle, Constantine turns his horse away. He refuses the ascent. He refuses the sacrifice. He ignores Jupiter. It is a moment of seismic shock. A gasp ripples through the elite. To the pagan senators, this is not just rude. It is terrifying. It is an act of spiritual atheism. He is breaking the Pax Deorum. He is telling the world that the victory did not come from the Olympian gods, and therefore no debt is owed to them. He attributes his success to a highest divinity that needs no bleeding bulls, only a believing heart. By turning his back on the Capitoline Temple, Constantine is effectively announcing the end of the classical world. He is unplugging the machine that has powered the Roman psyche for a millennium. Instead, he heads to the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill. The head of Maxentius is sent on a tour of the city and then to Africa to show the rebellious provinces that the tyrant is dead. The message is received. The empire falls in line. In the days that follow, Rome begins to change. The Senate, eager to please their new master, votes to build a triumphal arch next to the Colosseum, the Arch of Constantine, which still stands today. Interestingly, they struggle with the language. How do they describe his victory if he rejects the gods? They settle on the vague phrase, instinctu divinitatis, by the impulse of divinity. It is a diplomatic fudge, a phrase that allows Christians to read God and pagans to read Jupiter or Sol. Constantine does not stay in Rome for long. He disbands the Praetorian Guard, demolishing their barracks and scattering the men to the frontiers. He pulls the teeth of the city that bit so many emperors. Rome is no longer a military power. It is becoming a museum. He begins to gift land and money to the Bishop of Rome. He starts the construction of a great basilica, not in the Forum, but on the outskirts, over the grave of the Apostle Peter. The Lateran Palace is handed over to the church. The sensory shift is subtle but profound. The smoke of the sacrifices begins to thin. The chanting in the old temples becomes a little quieter, a little more desperate. A new sound is rising, the sound of psalms being sung openly, without fear of arrest. The new dawn is not just a poetic metaphor, it is a reality. The sun that rose over the Tiber on October 29th illuminated a city that looked the same but felt fundamentally different. The gods of stone are still watching from their pediments. But for the first time in history, the emperor is not looking back at them. He is looking at something else, something invisible, something that hangs in the sky above the sun. The ancient world is setting. The medieval world is beginning to rise from the mud of the Tiber. The winter winds of early 313 AD sweep down from the Alps, chilling the stone streets of Mediolanum, modern Milan. We have left the ancient, heavy atmosphere of Rome for this northern capital. City of soldiers and commerce, where the air feels sharper, cleaner, less burdened by the ghosts of the past. It is February. The sky is a flat, slate gray, promising snow. Inside the imperial palace, however, the mood is one of forced warmth and high-stakes diplomacy. Two men sit across a table of polished wood, a map of the world unrolled between them. On one side sits Constantine, the master of the West, fresh from his miracle at the Milvian Bridge, radiating the strange, intense energy of a man who believes he is an instrument of God. On the other sits Licinius, the emperor of the East. Licinius is a different creature entirely. He is an old comrade of Galerius, a peasant soldier from the Balkans, grey-haired, hard-bitten, and deeply pragmatic. He does not see crosses in the sky. He sees logistics, supply lines, and the balance of power. He looks at Constantine with a mixture of respect and suspicion. They are allies by necessity, not by love. The Roman world is too big for one man, but barely big enough for two. To seal this fragile pact, a wedding is taking place. Constantine's half-sister, Constantia, a woman whose feelings history has, as usual, neglected to record, is being given to Licinius. It is a union of youth and age, of the visionary West and the traditional East. But the true marriage happening in Milan is not between a man and a woman. It is between the Roman Empire and the concept of freedom. The document they are drafting, or rather, the policy they are agreeing upon, will be known to history as the Edict of Milan. It is not a dramatic proclamation read from a balcony to a cheering crowd. It is a series of letters, instructions sent to the provincial governors, written in the dry, precise Latin of the bureaucracy. But the words on the parchment are explosive. Imagine the sound of the scribe's quill scratching against the surface, a small sound that is tearing down 300 years of precedent. We have decided to grant to the Christians and to all others full authority to observe that religion which each prefers. Pause, and let the weight of that sentence sink in. For centuries, the Roman state has operated on the principle that religion is a public duty. You honor the gods because the gods protect the empire. To refuse is treason. Now suddenly, religion is declared a private matter. The edict goes further than simple tolerance. It articulates a concept of religious liberty that is startlingly modern. It grants this freedom to Christians and to all others, a phrase often overlooked. Constantine and Licinius are not just protecting the church, they are establishing a free market of belief. They are saying that the peace of the state does not depend on coerced unity, but on letting every man pray to his own highest divinity in his own way. The practical clauses of the edict are even more shocking to the Roman system. It orders the immediate return of all confiscated church property, every meeting house that was seized, every cemetery that was annexed, every garden that was sold off by the state during the Great Persecution must be given back. And here is the kicker: the state will pay for it. If a wealthy pagan bought a seized church and turned it into a stable, he must give it back to the Christians, and the imperial treasury will compensate him for the loss. It is a massive, complex restitution program. It is the government admitting in writing, "We were wrong." For the Christians emerging from the catacombs and the shadows, this must feel like a hallucination. Imagine a bishop who, just a year ago, was hiding in a cellar, reading scripture by the light of a dying oil lamp, terrified of a knock at the door. Now, a messenger arrives with an imperial letter stamped with purple wax. Not only is he safe, but the emperor is rebuilding his church. The psychological shift is vertiginous. The empire of the beast has suddenly become the empire of the protector. Historians still argue about the dynamics of this meeting. Did Constantine push these radical terms onto a reluctant Licinius? Or was Licinius, who was currently fighting his own rival, Maximinus Daza, a fierce persecutor, simply using this as a political tool to win the support of the Christians in the East? It is likely a mix of both. Constantine is the true believer, the driving force. Licinius is the realist who sees that persecution is bad for business. He signs the document not because he loves Christ, but because he wants a quiet empire. He is hedging his bets. If Constantine's God is as powerful as the Milvian Bridge suggests, Licinius wants that God on his side too. There is a moment of sensory contrast in the palace. Outside, the wedding feast of Constantia and Licinius is raucous. Music, wine, the laughter of soldiers. Inside the chancery, the mood is quiet, dusty, focused. The scribes are copying the letters that will be carried by the cursus publicus to the ends of the earth. These letters will travel to Antioch, to Alexandria, to Carthage. They will be read in market squares. They will unlock prison doors. They will unchain men sent to the mines. But beneath the ink, the seeds of future conflict are already being sown. Constantine views this edict as a first step toward a Christian empire. He believes the highest divinity is clearly the God of the Christians. Licinius views it as a way to keep all the gods happy, a vague monotheism that includes Sol, Jupiter, and Christ in one big, happy family. They are using the same words, but reading from different dictionaries. The wedding concludes. The alliance is sealed. Licinius rides east to fight his war against Maximinus Daza, carrying the edict like a shield. Constantine rides back to the Rhine to defend the frontier. They part as brothers-in-law, as co-emperors, as the joint saviors of the world. But as they ride in opposite directions, one can almost feel the tether between them stretching, thinning. The Roman world is accustomed to having one master, not two. The Edict of Milan has brought peace between the empire and heaven, but it cannot guarantee peace between the emperors. As the winter snow finally begins to fall on Milan, covering the blood-soaked history of the past decade in a blanket of white, a new era begins. The age of the martyrs is over. The age of the church has begun. But in the shadows of the palace, the old gods are watching, and the ambition of men which is older than any god, is not sleeping. It is merely waiting for the spring thaw. The euphoria of Milan fades, as all exhilaration must, into the grey, gritty reality of governing a world that is too large for one man's ego, let alone two. We move forward now, drifting through the uneasy years between 313 and 316 AD. The Roman Empire is no longer a four-headed monster. It is a two-headed eagle, its wings stretched wide, pulling in opposite directions. In the west, ruling from the Rhine to the Atlantic, is Constantine, the visionary, the favorite of the new god, the man who moves with the restless energy of a storm front. In the east, ruling from the Danube to the Euphrates, is Licinius, the old soldier, the conservative pagan, or at least the pragmatist, the man who watches his younger colleague with eyes that are narrowing day by day. The geography of this division is stark. Constantine holds the raw, vigorous lands of the future Europe, Gaul, Britain, Spain, Italy. Licinius holds the ancient, wealthy lands of the past, Greece, Egypt, Asia Minor. It is a clash of cultures as much as men. Constantine's court is becoming a place of bishops and Latin rhetoric. Licinius's court remains a place of Greek philosophy, traditional sacrifice, and military hierarchy. For a short time, the brother-in-law bond holds. Licinius does his part, crushing the last rival, Maximinus Daza, in a brutal campaign in the east. Now the board is truly cleared. There are only two players left, and in the game of empire, two is an unstable number. The trouble begins, as it so often does, with a family dinner that goes wrong. The catalyst is a man named Bassianus. He is married to Constantine's other half-sister, Anastasia. In 316 AD, a plan is hatched to elevate Bassianus to the rank of Caesar, giving him authority over Italy and the Danube provinces. It seems like a sensible move, a buffer state between the two emperors. But Constantine, whose network of spies is by now legendary, discovers a plot. He finds evidence, or perhaps manufactures it, that Bassianus is secretly working for Licinius. The accusation is that Bassianus is not a buffer, but a blade meant to be inserted into Constantine's flank. Constantine reacts with the cold reptilian speed we have seen before. There is no trial. Bassianus is arrested and executed. Anastasia finds herself a widow before she is fully a princess. But Constantine does not stop there. He demands that Licinius hand over the spy master, a man named Senecio, who allegedly coordinated the plot. Licinius, sitting in his palace in the east, refuses. To hand over his man would be to admit guilt. He sees Constantine's demand not as a request for justice, but as a provocation. He knocks over the statues of Constantine in a city on the border. It is a childish gesture, but in the language of Rome, it is a declaration of war. The Bellum Sibilens, the War of Cybele, erupts in 316 AD. It is a strange, almost reluctant war. Neither man truly wants to destroy the other yet. They are testing the waters. Constantine marches east with a small, elite force of barely 20,000 men. He invades Licinius's territory, pushing into the Balkans. They meet at Cibale, in modern Croatia, near a hill surrounded by a swamp. It is a muddy, messy brawl. The battle lasts all day. Constantine, leading from the front, as always, breaks Licinius's left wing. Licinius, the veteran general, is shocked. He retreats, fleeing under the cover of night to Sirmium, burning the bridge behind him. But this war does not end in a total conquest. It ends in a negotiation. A second battle follows on the plains of Thrace, known as the Battle of Mardia. It is a bloody draw. Both armies are exhausted. The men are tired of killing their countrymen. So the emperors meet again, not as friends this time, but as wolves circling a carcass. They sign a treaty at Serdica in 317 AD. It is a humiliation for Licinius. He is forced to cede all of his European territories, the Balkans, Greece, the Danube provinces, to Constantine. He keeps only Thrace, Asia Minor, and the East. Constantine has effectively swallowed half of his rival's empire without killing him. To seal this new bitter peace, they play the dynastic card again. They appoint 3 new Caesars, the heirs apparent. From Constantine's side, his son Crispus, now a dashing teenager, and his infant son Constantine II. From Licinius's side, his infant son, Licinius Jr. It is a performance of unity. Look, the coins proclaim, the happy imperial family. But everyone knows it is a lie. The little boys draped in purple robes are not symbols of the future. They are hostages of the present. Now, a chill descends over the empire, a cold war that will last for 7 years. The relationship between the two courts turns into deep, quiet paranoia. Licinius returns to the east, brooding. He looks at the Edict of Milan, that document of freedom he signed, and he begins to regret it. He sees the Christians in his cities not as loyal subjects, but as a fifth column. Every time a bishop prays for the pious emperor, Licinius assumes they mean Constantine. He begins to feel that he is ruling a population of spies. Slowly, subtly, Licinius begins to turn the screw. He does not launch a bloody persecution like Diocletian. He is too smart for that. Instead, he engages in administrative harassment. He bans bishops from holding synods, councils, effectively paralyzing the church's leadership. He orders that men and women must worship separately in church. A petty rule designed to disrupt the community. He purges Christians from the civil service and the army officer corps. If you will not sacrifice to the gods of the victory, he tells his generals, you cannot lead men into battle. It is a loyalty test. He is positioning himself as the defender of the old ways against Constantine's new religion. Constantine watches this from the west. He is busy. He is in Rome, then in Arles, then in Serdica. He is building. He is fighting the Goths on the Danube, racking up victories that make Licinius look old and tired. He hears the reports of Licinius's oppression. He receives letters from Eastern bishops begging for help. He does not intervene immediately. He waits. He lets Licinius paint himself as the villain. He lets the contrast grow, the golden, victorious Christian West versus the sullen, paranoid, pagan East. The atmosphere of this period is one of heavy silence. The couriers riding between the capitals carry letters filled with polite diplomatic phrases that barely conceal the threats underneath. The road between West and East is open, but few travel it without fear. The empire is a house where the parents are sleeping in separate rooms and the children are walking on tiptoes. There is a moment of profound personal tragedy hidden in these years. Constantia, the wife of Licinius and sister of Constantine, is living in the East. She is the bridge between these two men. She must watch her husband grow to hate her brother. She must watch her brother slowly encircle her husband. She is a Christian woman married to a man who is turning against her faith. We can imagine her in the palace at Nicomedia, trying to mediate, trying to soften Licinius's anger, knowing that eventually she will have to choose between her blood and her marriage. The clouds are gathering. They are piling up over the Bosphorus, dark and heavy with the promise of a final storm. Constantine believes that the world cannot have two suns. Licinius believes that the upstart must be crushed. The truce of 317 was just a pause for breath. The inevitable logic of autocracy is asserting itself. Absolute power does not share. As the year 323 AD approaches, the pretense of friendship is wearing thin as old parchment. The swords are being sharpened in the dark. The final act of the Roman civil wars is about to begin. The spark that ignites the final conflagration comes not from Rome or Nicomedia, but from the wild forests of the north. It is the year 323 AD. The Goths, sensing the tension between the two emperors, like wolves sensing a wounded animal, decide to test the waters. They pour across the Danube, raiding deep into the territory of Thrace, technically the land of Licinius. But Licinius is distracted, brooding in the east. Constantine, however, is watching. He is in Thessalonica, and he sees an opportunity dressed as a necessity. With the swift, decisive aggression that defines him, Constantine marches his army into Licinius's territory to chase the barbarians. He crushes the Goths in a series of brutal skirmishes, driving them back across the river. But in doing so, he has broken the Treaty of Seneca. He has marched his legions onto his rival's soil without permission. Licinius is furious. He claims, rightly, that this is an invasion. Constantine counters with a smirk that we can almost see through the centuries. I was just helping you with your barbarian problem. The diplomatic masks are finally dropped. The Cold War heats up instantly. Both sides begin to mobilize for the final showdown. But this time, the war is different. It is not just a struggle for territory. It is the first true holy war in Roman history. Constantine frames his campaign as a crusade. He gathers his bishops. He constructs a portable tent chapel that follows him on the march, where he spends hours in prayer before every engagement. But his most terrifying weapon is not a sword. It is a standard. He has created the labarum. It is a tall, golden spear crossed by a bar, draped with a purple cloth embroidered with gold and gems, and topped with a Chiro wreath. It is the physical manifestation of his vision. He assigns a special guard of 50 elite soldiers, the standard bearers, whose sole job is to protect this sacred object. He tells them that as long as they stay near the labarum, they are invincible. Licinius, in response, doubles down on the old ways. He gathers his magicians and soothsayers in a grove of oak trees. He sacrifices heavily to the traditional gods, asking them to prove their power against this foreign god of Constantine. He reportedly gives a speech to his troops, pointing to the statues of the ancestors and saying, "These are the gods of our fathers. If we lose, it means they are false." He is gambling his theology on the battlefield. Historical sources tell us he was actually terrified of the labarum. He ordered his soldiers never to look directly at it and never to attack it head-on, fearing it possessed a magical power that could wither a man's arm. The two massive armies collide on July 3rd, 324 AD, at the Battle of Adrianople. The terrain is difficult. The river Hebrus splits the two forces. Licinius has encamped on a high hill, waiting in a strong defensive position. Constantine waits for days, playing a psychological game. He orders a bridge to be built, a noisy, obvious construction project to draw Licinius's attention. But secretly, he finds a narrow, hidden ford further upriver. With a small detachment of cavalry, he crosses the water himself. The scene is cinematic. Constantine, now in his early 50s, but still possessed of a terrifying vitality, leads the charge up the hill. His main army follows. Licinius is caught off guard. The Battle of Adrianople becomes a rout. The old gods do not hold the line. Licinius's army breaks, suffering massive casualties. Some sources say 34,000 dead. Licinius flees to the walled city of Byzantium, the very city that Constantine will later make his own. But the war is not just on land. The final victory requires control of the sea. Licinius has a massive fleet of 350 ships controlling the Hellespont, the Dardanelles, the narrow strait that separates Europe from Asia. If Constantine cannot cross, he cannot finish the war. He turns to his son, Crispus. Crispus is the tragic hero of this act. He is Constantine's eldest son, born of Minervina, now a young man in his 20s. He is brilliant, handsome, and beloved by the soldiers. He commands a smaller fleet of 200 ships. The odds are against him. But in the Battle of the Hellespont, Crispus displays a tactical genius that rivals his father's. The strait is too narrow for Licinius's massive armada to deploy effectively. They clump together, fouling each other's oars. Crispus uses the currents and the wind to his advantage, smashing into the enemy fleet with devastating force. A storm blows in to finish the job, wrecking Licinius's remaining ships against the rocks. It is a total victory. The son has opened the door for the father. Licinius, seeing his fleet destroyed and his city under siege, abandons Byzantium. He crosses the Bosphorus to Asia Minor to make one last, desperate stand. He raises a new army, scraping the bottom of the barrel, even arming slaves. He camps at Chrysopolis, near the ancient city of Chalcedon. On September 18th, 324 AD, the final curtain falls. The Battle of Chrysopolis is less a battle than an execution. Constantine's army, fueled by the momentum of a holy war, smashes Licinius's hastily assembled lines. The labyrum moves through the field like a scythe. By evening, 100,000 men lie dead or wounded. Licinius flees again, this time to the city of Nicomedia, the place where our story began, the place where he and Constantine first watched Diocletian rule. The circle is closing. The final scene of the rivalry is not a duel, but a plea. Constantine arrives at the gates of Nicomedia. Licinius knows it is over. He does not come out to fight. Instead, his wife, Constantia, Constantine's sister, comes out. Imagine the emotion of this meeting. She is a woman torn in half. She throws herself at her brother's feet. She begs for her husband's life. She reminds Constantine of their blood, of the family bond, of the mercy of the Christ he claims to follow. Constantine looks at her. He looks at the city. He has won. He is the master of the world. There is no one left to fight. Perhaps moved by his sister's tears, or perhaps calculating that a live prisoner is a better trophy than a dead martyr, he agrees. He spares Licinius. The next day, Licinius surrenders. He comes before Constantine, not as an emperor, but as a private citizen. He takes off the purple robe, the robe he has worn for 16 years, and lays it at Constantine's feet. He prostrates himself. It is the ultimate submission. The rule of 4 is dead. The rule of 2 is dead. There is only the rule of 1. Constantine sends Licinius into exile in Thessalonica to live under house arrest. It is a mercy, but a fragile one. For now, the sword is sheathed. The Roman Empire, which has been tearing itself apart for a century, is suddenly shockingly whole. From the mists of Scotland to the sands of Iraq, one man's word is law. The atmosphere shifts from the frenetic noise of war to a strange, echoing silence. The world takes a breath. The soldiers look at their shields, at the Chi-Rho, and wonder at the power that has delivered the earth into their hands. The statues of Jupiter in the temples of the East seem to shrink in the shadows. The final rivalry is over. But as Constantine stands on the Asian shore, looking back across the water at the ruined walls of Byzantium, a new idea begins to form in his mind. He needs a capital that is not weighed down by the past. He needs a city that is his alone. The war for the empire is done. The building of the future is about to begin. The dust of Chrysopolis settles, and for the first time in 39 years, the Roman world is silent. The map, which has been a patchwork quilt of colors, red for the west, blue for the east, green for the usurpers, is suddenly washed in a single, unbroken shade of imperial purple. It is the autumn of 324 AD. We stand at a moment of historical vertigo. From the Hadrian's Wall in the misty north to the burning cataracts of the Nile, from the Pillars of Hercules to the Euphrates, one word is law. There are no more colleagues to consult, no more rivals to fear, no more treaties to sign. There is only Constantine. He stands at the summit of human ambition, the totius orbis imperator, the emperor of the whole world. Getty Images. But with this absolute power comes a transformation that is both physical and spiritual. The man we see now is not the rough soldier who slept in the mud of the Rhineland. He is 52 years old. His hair is still thick, his eyes still sharp. But he has begun to craft an image that transcends humanity. If you were to look at a coin minted in this moment, you would see the change. The old portraits showed a blocky, stubbled general with a thick neck, a man of muscle and grit. The new portraits show a figure of ethereal beauty, looking upward, eyes fixed on the heavens, as if he is already in conversation with God. And on his head, the laurel wreath of the Caesars, the symbol of a victorious general, is gone. In its place is something new, something that would have made the old republicans of Rome spit in disgust. The diadem. It is a band of white cloth, studded with pearls and precious gemstones, tied behind the head with ribbons that trail down the neck. It is not Roman. It is a symbol borrowed from the Hellenistic kings and the Persian shahs. It is a crown. By wearing it, Constantine is telling the world that the pretense of the first citizen is over. He is not a magistrate. He is a monarch. He is the vice-regent of God on earth. This shift is not just vanity, it is theology. Constantine's court bishop, Eusebius, begins to articulate a new political philosophy that will define the Middle Ages. One God, one emperor. Just as there is only one supreme ruler in heaven, there can be only one ruler on earth. The chaos of the Tetrarchy, with its multiple emperors, is recast as a form of polytheistic error. Monotheism and monarchy are now mirror images of each other. The structure of the government must reflect the structure of the cosmos. But the Lord of the world has a loose end to tie up. In Thessalonica, the deposed Licinius is living under house arrest. He is a ghost of the old system, a man who once held the lightning bolts of Jupiter. For a few months, Constantine allows him to live, perhaps to show his new Christian mercy, or perhaps to let the heat of the war dissipate. But a living ex-emperor is a magnet for discontent. In the spring of 325 AD, rumors begin to swirl. They say Licinius is plotting with the Goths. They say he is sending secret letters to the Danube garrisons. Are these rumors true? Or are they the convenient inventions of a security apparatus that knows there is only one way to be safe? The order goes out. It is quiet, bureaucratic, and final. Licinius is strangled. There is no public trial, no grand execution. The old wolf of the East simply ceases to exist. His name is chiseled off the monuments. His laws are annulled. It is a grim reminder that the new dawn of Christianity has not softened the iron realities of Roman power. Constantine is God's servant, yes, but he is also a Roman emperor. And in Rome, you do not leave a rival standing. With Licinius gone, Constantine faces the crushing weight of sole governance. He realizes that the tetrarchy, for all its flaws, had a point. The empire is too big for one pair of eyes. But instead of appointing colleagues, he appoints sons. He elevates his children, Crispus, Constantine II, and later Constantius II, to the rank of Caesar. But they are not partners. They are extensions of his own will. He sends them to the frontiers, Crispus to the Rhine, Constantine II to the Danube, to be the visible presence of the dynasty. But the strings are pulled from the center. The atmosphere of the court changes. It becomes a place of suffocating grandeur. The rituals of approach become even more elaborate. To speak to Constantine is to approach a living icon. The adoration of the purple becomes the standard greeting. Men, senators, generals, bishops prostrate themselves on the mosaic floors. The emperor sits motionless, robed in stiff, gold-embroidered silk that shimmers in the torchlight. He speaks little. His silence is a weapon. It forces others to project their fears and hopes onto him. Yet, beneath the pearls and the silence, Constantine is restless. He travels constantly. He inspects the walls of the Danube forts. He presides over court cases in Antioch. He is a workaholic, driven by a nervous energy that terrified his subordinates. He drafts laws late into the night, dictating to weary scribes. His legislation from this period is a fascinating mix of Christian compassion and Roman brutality. He bans the practice of branding the faces of criminals, saying that the face is made in the image of God. He bans crucifixion, the punishment that killed his savior. But he also pours molten lead down the throats of corrupt officials and orders that rapists be burned alive. He is a man trying to legislate morality with a hammer. He also faces a new kind of problem, the problem of success. The church, now that it is no longer persecuted, has begun to fight with itself. The bishops, who stood united against the lions, are now tearing each other apart over Greek verbs. They flood Constantine's mailbox with petitions, accusations, and counter-accusations. Bishop Alexander is a heretic. Bishop Eusebius is a liar. Constantine, who viewed the church as a tool for unity, is baffled and annoyed. He writes letters to them, adopting the tone of a disappointed father. "Restore me my quiet days and untroubled nights," he pleads. He realizes that being lord of the world means being the world's referee. As the year 324 turns into 325, Constantine finds himself in Rome for his Visionalia, the 20th anniversary of his reign. But the city feels wrong. Rome is a pagan city. Its skyline is dominated by the temples he refuses to enter. The senators look at his Eastern robes and his Christian bishops with veiled contempt. They whisper that he has forgotten the mos maiorum, the way of the ancestors. When he refuses to participate in a traditional procession to the capital, the crowd jeers. Insults are thrown. Constantine stands on the balcony of the palace on the Palatine, looking out over the city that conquered the world. He sees the Colosseum, the Forum, the vast sprawl of history. But he does not feel at home. He feels like a guest in a haunted house. He realizes that he cannot remake Rome. It is too old, too stubborn, too saturated with the blood of the sacrifices he despises. If he wants a Christian empire, he cannot build it here. He cannot pour new wine into this old, cracked wineskin. A vision begins to take shape in his mind. It is a vision of a new city, a city built from scratch, a city with no pagan temples, no bloody history, no sullen senate, a city that faces east towards the rising sun and the wealth of the Silk Road. He thinks of the victory at Chrysopolis. He thinks of the strategic perfection of the Bosphorus, the narrow strait where Europe kisses Asia. The Lord of the world decides to move the center of the world. He packs his trunks. He gathers his court. He leaves Rome, never to return. The eternal city is abandoned by its master, left to its memories and its ghosts. Constantine heads east to the ancient Greek town of Byzantium. He is going to carve his name into the geography of the earth. The autocrat is about to become the architect. We stand now on the edge of Europe, looking across a ribbon of deep blue water towards the hazy green hills of Asia. The year is 324 AD. The wind here is constant, blowing down from the Black Sea, carrying the salt of 2 continents. Beneath our feet lies the ancient Greek town of Byzantium. For 1,000 years, it has been a modest, strategic port, a place where fishermen cast their nets and merchants paid their tolls. But today, the fishing nets are gone, replaced by the measuring lines of surveyors. The merchants are being pushed aside by architects. The air is thick with the dust of demolition and the shouting of foremen in a dozen languages. Constantine has arrived, and he has brought the entire weight of the Roman Empire with him to this narrow peninsula. He is about to perform an act of geopolitical magic. He is going to will a metropolis into existence. The legend of the city's founding is one of the most enduring images of late antiquity. It is said that on a crisp autumn morning, Constantine mounted his horse, spear in hand, to trace the boundaries of the new walls. He rode out from the old Severan walls of Byzantium, heading west into the open fields. He kept riding and riding. His entourage, trailing behind him on foot, began to grow nervous. He was marking out a perimeter that was impossibly large, far bigger than any city in the region, a space that would require a population of hundreds of thousands to fill. A courtier, perhaps panting from the exertion, finally gathered the courage to ask, "Lord, how far will you go?" Constantine did not look back. He kept his eyes fixed on the empty air ahead of him and replied, "I shall go until he who walks before me stops." It is a chilling, perfect line. Whether he actually said it, or if it was a later invention of the church historians, it captures the essence of the moment. Constantine believed he was not choosing the site. He was following a divine surveyor. He was tracing the footprint of the New Jerusalem on the pagan earth. The construction that follows is a frenzy. This is not the slow, organic growth of Rome, which took centuries to sprawl across its 7 hills. This is a boomtown built by imperial fiat. Constantine wants his city now. He offers massive tax breaks to settlers. He promises free bread, free oil, and free wine to anyone who builds a house. He practically empties the cities of the East to fill the streets of the West. Senators are encouraged, forcefully, to move their families to the Bosphorus. Palaces rise like mushrooms after rain. But a city needs a soul, And in the ancient world, a soul is made of art and history. Since Constantine cannot wait for history to accumulate, he steals it. He sends agents across the known world with a shopping list of civilization's greatest hits. They strip the temples of Greece and Asia Minor, the tripod of Plataea, the intertwined bronze serpents that celebrated the Greek victory over the Persians at Salamis 800 years earlier, is ripped from the sanctuary of Delphi and planted in the new hippodrome. It is still there today. The statues of the Muses are taken from Mount Helicon. The Palladium, the sacred wooden statue of Athena, said to have fallen from heaven to protect Troy, is reportedly dug up and reburied beneath Constantine's new column. He is collecting the talismans of the past to power the future. This is the great theft of antiquity. Rome is furious, Athens is weeping, but Constantine does not care. He is stripping the old pagan world of its magic to adorn his new Christian capital. He treats the statues of Apollo and Zeus not as gods, but as museum pieces, decorations for his promenade. It is the ultimate power move. Your gods are now my lawn ornaments. The centerpiece of this new city is the Forum of Constantine. In the middle stands a massive column of porphyry, that imperial purple stone brought from Egypt. It consists of 7 drums bound with bronze wreaths. On top, a colossal statue of Constantine himself is raised. But look closely at the statue. It is a recycled work. It was originally a statue of Helios or Apollo. The head has been recarved or replaced to bear Constantine's features. In his right hand, he holds a lance. In his left, a globe. Rays of the sun emanate from his head. Is he Christ? Is he Sol Invictus? Is he the emperor? The genius of Constantine is that the answer is yes. He is all of them. He stands 100 feet in the air, a golden idol watching over his creation, glowing in the morning light like a second sun. Beneath the column, legend says he buried a time capsule of relics that would make an archaeologist faint. The hatchet of Noah, the alabaster ointment jar of Mary Magdalene, the baskets from the miracle of the loaves and fishes, and most significantly, the Palladium of Troy. He is physically anchoring the holiness of the world into the bedrock of his city. But the city is not just a museum. It is a fortress. The location is a stroke of military genius. Situated on a triangular peninsula, it is surrounded on 3 sides by water. The Golden Horn to the north, the Bosphorus to the east, the Sea of Marmara to the south. Only the western landward side needs a wall. And what a wall he builds. The Constantinian walls, later replaced by the even larger Theodosian walls, turn the city into a safe room for civilization. For the next 1,000 years, while Rome falls and Paris burns and London is a mud village, Constantinople will stand. It will be the queen of cities, the Megalogard of the Vikings, the Tsarigrad of the Slavs. The dedication ceremony takes place on May 11th, 330 AD. It is a day of staggering pomp. The city is officially named Nova Roma, New Rome. But the name never sticks. Everyone, from the dockworkers to the bishops, calls it Constantine's city, Constantinopolis. The ceremony is a strange hybrid. There are Christian prayers, yes. But there is also a chariot race in the hippodrome. There is a procession of the statue of Constantine. The city is dedicated to the holy martyrs, but the astrologer Valens is asked to cast a horoscope for the city's birth. The stars say it will last forever. For once, the astrologers are almost right. Imagine the sensory experience of walking through this half-finished dream. The smell of wet mortar is everywhere. The streets are wide and paved with clean white marble, flanked by colonnades that offer shade from the sun. The great palace is rising on the tip of the peninsula, a sprawling complex of pavilions and gardens. The Church of the Holy Apostles is being roofed with bronze tiles that shine like gold. It is a city of light. Unlike the narrow, twisting, dark alleys of old Rome, this city is designed on a grid. It is airy, it is open. It smells of the sea breeze. But there is a shadow here too. The rapid construction comes at a cost. The treasury is drained. The taxes are raised. The beautiful marble facades hide the hastily built tenements where the poor are packed in. And in the very foundations of the city, there is the tension of its dual identity. It is a Christian capital adorned with pagan idols. It is a Roman capital where the people speak Greek. It is a city built by a man who killed his wife and son, a tragedy we are approaching, to secure his power. As the sun sets over the Golden Horn, painting the water in streaks of violet and fire, Constantine stands on the balcony of his new palace. He looks out over the Bosphorus. He sees the ships passing through, carrying grain from Egypt and silk from China. He knows he has done something immortal. He has shifted the center of gravity of the world. Rome is the past. This, the city of gold and water, is the future. He has built a stage worthy of the God who gave him the victory. But even as the walls rise, the house of Constantine is beginning to crack from within. The builder of cities is about to become the destroyer of his own family. The tragedy of the year 326 is waiting in the wings. The year is 326 AD. We are standing in the center of a construction site that stretches for miles, a chaotic symphony of ambition orchestrated by the will of one man. If Rome was the eternal city, built layer upon layer over 1,000 years, Constantinople is the instant city, rising from the dust with a speed that defies logic. The air is permanently white with powdered limestone. The sound of the city is a constant, rhythmic hammering, 10,000 chisels striking 10,000 blocks of Proconesian marble. It is the sound of a world being reshaped in real time. Constantine is not just building a capital. He is building a stage set for the drama of a Christian empire, and he is in a hurry. He knows that he is mortal, but stone is not. He wants the city finished before the shadow of the grave touches him. Let us walk down the Mese, the middle way, the grand avenue that forms the spine of the new capital. It is wide enough for 6 chariots to ride abreast, paved with marble slabs, so polished they gleam like a frozen river. Flanking us are double-storied colonnades, providing shade for the citizens who are already flooding in from every corner of the east. This is not the cramped, winding confusion of old Rome. This is a city of light, air, and geometry. It is a theological statement in urban planning. Order conquers chaos. At the heart of this grid lies the Million. It is a modest monument, a tetrapylon, 4-arched structure, crowned with a dome, but its significance is staggering. It is the new Mile Zero. For centuries, all roads led to the golden milestone in the Roman Forum. Now, the distances of the world are measured from this spot in Thrace. By moving the center, Constantine has tilted the map. Rome is now over there, a destination, not the origin. The heartbeat of the world now pulses here, between the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmara. To our left rises the Hippodrome. It is more than a racetrack. It is the parliament of the people. In old Rome, the Senate was the theoretical center of power, a place of debates and votes. In New Rome, the Senate is a social club, a place for wealthy men to wear nice robes. The real dialogue happens here, in the vast U-shaped stadium that can seat 100,000 screaming spectators. Constantine designs it with a brilliant, terrifying piece of architecture. The Kathisma. It is the imperial box, but it is connected directly to the great palace by a private spiral staircase. The emperor can appear like a god from the machine, watch the races, hear the chants of the blues and the greens, the chariot racing factions that function like political parties, and then vanish back into the safety of his fortress. It is a space designed for the liturgy of power, where the mob and the monarch stare at each other across the sand. To the east of the hippodrome lies the great palace. Unlike the Palatine in Rome, which was a fortress on a hill, this is a sprawling garden city of pavilions, courtyards, churches, and barracks cascading down the terraces toward the sea. It is a labyrinth of silk and gold, designed to awe foreign ambassadors into submission. Here, Constantine introduces the elaborate court ceremonies that will define the Byzantine style. The emperor is no longer a soldier who eats with his men. He is a remote figure, draped in purple, moving through clouds of incense. He is becoming an icon. But the most profound change is in the skyline. In Rome, the horizon is punctured by the pediments of pagan temples, Jupiter, Mars, Vesta. Here, the skyline is dominated by a new shape, the dome and the basilica. Constantine begins the construction of the Hagia Irene, Holy Peace, the first great church of the city. He lays the foundations for the Hagia Sophia, Holy Wisdom, though the massive structure we see today is a later rebuilding. These are not temples where sacrifices are made outside. These are assembly halls where the faithful gather inside. It is a shift from exclusion to inclusion, from the smoke of burning meat to the smoke of frankincense. There are pagan temples here, yes. Constantine is too pragmatic to ban them entirely. But they are pushed to the margins, stripped of their funding, turning into hollow shells. The energy of the city is Christian. However, a city needs more than buildings. It needs blood. It needs people. And this is where Constantine's ruthless pragmatism shines. He realizes that a capital without aristocrats is just a large garrison. So he bribes them. He offers the bread dole, the annona, free of charge to anyone who builds a house in the city. He invites the great families of Rome to move, promising them replicas of their Italian villas. He creates a new Senate, filling it with new men, bureaucrats, architects, sausage makers who struck it rich, diluting the snobbery of the old bloodlines. Constantinople becomes a city of strivers, a place where a man can reinvent himself. It is the New York of the 4th century. Yet amidst the white dust and the gold leaf, there is a sense of fragility. The city is rising so fast that the mortar barely has time to dry. Some of the buildings are shoddy, collapsing in minor earthquakes. The instant history feels a bit thin. The statues of the Greek gods, stolen from Delphi and Athens, look out of place in their new home, like captives in a foreign zoo. Constantine is trying to graft the skin of the classical world onto the body of a Christian state. It is a strange, hybrid beast. One can imagine Constantine walking the walls at night, listening to the wind howl down the Bosphorus. He has built the shell. He has created the new Rome. But he knows that a shell is useless without a spirit to fill it. He has bet everything on the idea that Christianity can be the glue that holds this vast, diverse empire together. He envisions a church that is unified, disciplined, and obedient, a spiritual mirror to his imperial administration. But as the physical stones of Constantinople rise into place, the spiritual stones of the church are beginning to crack. In the shipyards of Alexandria, 1,000 miles away, a priest is asking a question about the nature of Christ that will threaten to tear Constantine's new world apart before the paint is even dry. The rising from the dust is about to be met by a storm of theology. The builder has finished the house, but the tenants are starting a riot. The name of the trouble is Arius, and his voice is louder than the hammers of the masons. We leave the fresh white marble of Constantinople and travel south across the Mediterranean to the ancient sun-baked city of Alexandria. Here, the air is heavy with the scent of papyrus, dried fish, and the intellectual dust of centuries. Alexandria is the brain of the empire, a city where Greek philosophy and Egyptian mysticism have been dancing a slow, complex tango for 600 years. It is a city of scholars where a debate over grammar can start a riot in the marketplace, and it is here in the port district called Baucalis that a fracture appears, not in the walls of a fortress, but in the very idea of God. The year is roughly 318 AD, though the roots of the trouble go deeper. The man at the center of the storm is a priest named Arius. Picture him. He is not a raving lunatic on a street corner. He is a tall, striking figure with the gaunt, ascetic look of a man who eats little and prays much. He is charismatic, softly spoken, and fiercely intelligent. He is a rock star priest of his day, beloved by the dockworkers and the widows, known for his personal holiness. But Arius has a problem with the math of the Trinity. He looks at the relationship between God the Father and Jesus the Son, and his logical, Greek-trained mind hits a stumbling block. If the Father begat the Son, then there must have been a time before the Son existed. Therefore, the Son is a creation, the first and greatest creation, yes, the instrument of all other creation, certainly, but a creation nonetheless. He is not eternal. He is not of the same substance as the Father. He is a distinct, subordinate being. There was a time when he was not. This simple phrase, catchy and logical, becomes the slogan of a movement. It sounds reasonable to the Greek mind, which struggles with the idea of two infinites sharing the same space. It solves the problem of monotheism. It keeps the Father supreme and unique. Arius writes catchy songs, theological sea shanties, summarizing his views, which are sung by sailors, travelers, and barmaids. The theology of Arianism moves not through heavy books, but through the rhythm of the streets. But across the city, the Bishop of Alexandria, a fiery and stubborn man named Alexander, hears these songs and sees a catastrophe. If the Son is a creature, then he is not God. If he is not God, he cannot save humanity. A created being cannot bridge the gap between the finite and the infinite. If Arius is right, the crucifixion was just a noble sacrifice by a very good angel, not the reconciliation of the cosmos. For Alexander and his brilliant young deacon, Athanasius, this is not a debate about words. It is a battle for the soul of the faith. They excommunicate Arius. They kick him out of the city. Arius, however, does not go quietly into the desert. He goes on a publicity tour. He travels to Palestine, to Nicomedia, to the great cities of the East. He writes letters to powerful bishops, many of whom went to school with him. He charms them. He argues that he is being persecuted by a tyrant bishop. The East begins to pick sides. The fracture spreads like a crack in a windshield, running from Egypt to Syria, up through Asia Minor, and right to the doorstep of the emperor. Constantine, meanwhile, is sitting in his palace, likely in Nicomedia, feeling very pleased with himself. He has just defeated Licinius. He has unified the Roman world. He expects the church to be the cement that holds his new empire together. Instead, he receives a massive pile of letters from angry bishops calling each other heretics. His reaction is fascinatingly human. He is annoyed. He is a soldier and a statesman, not a theologian. To him, this entire argument looks like a petty squabble over semantics. He drafts a famous letter sent to both Alexander and Arius, carried by his trusted spiritual advisor, the Spanish bishop Hosius of Cordoba. The letter is a masterpiece of imperial condescension. I hear you are arguing about a passage in the law or some silly question. Constantine writes, you should not have asked such questions, and if asked, you should not have answered. Restrain yourselves. Therefore, give me back my quiet days and untroubled nights. He is essentially telling them to shut up and get along. He compares their dispute to the disagreements of Greek philosophical schools, where members could differ on details, but still eat dinner together. He does not understand that for a Christian, the nature of Christ is not a detail. It is the whole building. Hosius travels to Alexandria, letter in hand, hoping to bang some heads together. But when he arrives, he realizes the situation is far beyond a simple misunderstanding. The riots are real. The city is paralyzed. We are told by the historian Gregory of Nyssa that the controversy had infected daily life to an absurd degree. If you ask a shopkeeper for the price of a loaf of bread, Gregory writes, he answers you, the Father is greater, the Son is inferior. If you ask if your bath is ready, the attendant tells you, the Son was made out of nothing. It is a world gone mad with theology. The mud fracture has become a chasm. Hosius returns to Constantine with bad news. The letter didn't work. The East is splitting in two. If the church splits, the support network of the new empire splits. The stability Constantine fought for 30 years to achieve is being undone by a preposition. Constantine realizes that a polite letter is not enough. He needs a weapon. But he cannot use a sword against an idea. He needs a different kind of force. He needs a consensus. He decides to do something unprecedented in the history of the world. He will summon all the bishops of the inhabited earth, the oikumene, to one place. He will put them in a room, feed them, pay for their travel, and refuse to let them leave until they agree on who Jesus is. The location is chosen carefully. Nicaea, modern Iznik, Turkey. It is close to his residence in Nicomedia, so he can supervise. It has a mild climate, and its name, Nicaea, means victory. It is a subtle omen. The invitations go out in the year 325 AD. They are carried by the imperial post, the cursus publicus. Imagine the shock of the bishops. For 300 years, the Roman state has tried to kill them. Now, the emperor is offering them free first-class travel to a resort town to discuss theology. From Spain, from Gaul, from Persia, from the depths of Africa, the black-robed army begins to move. Many of these men bear the scars of the great persecution. Missing eyes, hamstrung legs, branded foreheads. They are the confessors, the living martyrs. They are coming to meet the man who conquered the world, to decide the nature of the God who conquered death. The fracture in faith has created a moment of high drama. The stage is set for the Council of Nicaea. But as the bishops gather, traveling along the Roman roads, the tension is palpable. Arius is coming too, confident in his logic. Alexander is coming, armed with his orthodoxy. And Constantine is waiting, the master of ceremonies, determined to force a peace, even if he has to invent a new language to do it. The fracture must be healed, or the dome of the new empire will collapse before it is even finished. The date is May 20th, 325 AD. We are in the great hall of the imperial palace at Nicaea, a space designed to intimidate, with high ceilings lost in shadow and walls draped in tapestries of Tyrian purple. The air is cool, despite the gathering heat of the Anatolian summer, kept fresh by the breeze drifting off the Ascanian lake. But the temperature in the room is rising for a different reason. We are witnessing the first parliament of Christendom, a gathering so unprecedented that the participants themselves seem unable to believe it is happening. Look at the faces in the crowd. There are, according to tradition, 318 bishops present, a number that suspiciously mirrors the number of armed servants Abraham took to rescue Lot in Genesis. But the reality is likely around 250 to 300. Whatever the count, the visual impact is staggering. These are not soft men of the court. Many of them are the survivors of the great persecution that ended only a decade ago. We see Paphnutius of Egypt, an old ascetic from the Upper Nile, walking with a limp because his hamstrings were severed by Roman executioners. One of his eye sockets is an empty, scarred hollow. We see Paul of Neo-Caesarea, whose hands are crippled, the tendons burned away by red-hot irons. These men bear the marks of the empire's torture on their bodies, and now they sit on the empire's silk cushions, waiting for the emperor to enter not as their executioner, but as their patron. It is a reversal of fortune so extreme it feels like a fever dream. A hush falls over the assembly. The doors swing open, but there are no lictors, no armed guards clearing the way with fasces. Instead, Constantine enters alone. He is dressed in his full imperial regalia, a tunic of purple silk stiff with gold embroidery, a diadem of pearls flashing on his brow, his shoes dyed red. He glitters like a living reliquary. Eusebius tells us that he surpassed all present in height and beauty of form, radiating a majestic serenity. But as he walks down the center of the hall, between the rows of scarred holy men, he does something extraordinary. He keeps his eyes lowered. He blushes. He does not take his seat on the throne until the bishops beckon him to do so. And even then, he sits on a low, gilded stool rather than a high dais. It is a masterclass in political theater. He is showing them that here, in the realm of God, he is merely a servant. But make no mistake, the stool is gold, and he is the one who called the meeting. Constantine opens the proceedings with a short speech in Latin, which is translated into Greek. His message is simple. Division in the church is worse than war. He pulls out a bundle of parchment scrolls from the folds of his robe, the petitions and accusations the bishops have sent him, attacking one another. He calls for a brazier. Before their eyes, he burns the unread letters, watching them turn to ash. Let us forgive, he says, as we hope to be forgiven. Then the debate begins, and the calm evaporates. Arius is called to speak. He stands, tall and defiant, and lays out his logic. The sun is a creature. He is mutable. He is the firstborn of creation. But he is not God in the absolute sense. As he speaks, a murmur of horror ripples through the orthodox benches. To men like Alexander and the young, fiery deacon Athanasius. This is blasphemy. It is said that some bishops plug their ears to avoid hearing the heresy. The atmosphere in the hall turns raucous. This is not a polite academic seminar. It is a brawl for the truth. Arguments fly back and forth in rapid-fire Greek. Who then saved us? Is the Son a demigod? Are we polytheists? There is a famous legend, debated by historians, but beloved by tradition, that St. Nicholas of Myra, the inspiration for Santa Claus, becomes so enraged by Arius's speech that he walks across the floor and slaps the heretic in the face. Whether or not the slap occurred, the tension is real. The Church is trying to define the indefinable, to put the infinite nature of God into the finite box of human language. The deadlock seems unbreakable. The Arians quote Scripture. The Orthodox quote Scripture. They are shouting verses at each other like arrows. Constantine watches, listening to his translator, sensing that the room is spinning out of control. He needs a solution. He needs a word. And so, likely prompted by his advisor Hosius, Constantine drops a theological nuclear bomb. He suggests a single Greek term, homoousios. It means of the same substance, or consubstantial. It is a philosophical term, not a biblical one. It is controversial because it sounds suspiciously like a heresy itself, Sabellianism, implying there is no distinction at all between Father and Son. But it leaves no wiggle room for Arius. If the Son is homoousios with the Father, he cannot be a creature. He is God, fully and equally. Constantine puts his weight behind the word. He turns to the bishops and effectively says, "This is the word we will use." The dynamic of the room shifts instantly. To disagree with homoousios is now to disagree with the emperor. The bishops, exhausted by the debate and awed by the imperial pressure, begin to draft the creed. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of all things visible and invisible. The scribes scratch furiously. The text of the Nicene Creed takes shape. It is a fortress of words, built to keep Arius out. God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of one substance, homousios, with the Father. The document is passed around for signing. This is the moment of truth. To sign is to keep your job, your church, and the emperor's favor. To refuse is exile. One by one, the bishops step forward. Even those who are uncomfortable with the word homoousios sign it, bending to the will of Constantine. In the end, only 2 Egyptian bishops stand with Arius and refuse. They are immediately condemned. Constantine orders Arius's books to be burned and declares that anyone found hiding them will be executed. The gentle servant on the low stool has become the enforcer of orthodoxy. The council concludes on July 25th, coinciding with Constantine's Viternalia, the 20th anniversary of his reign. He throws a massive banquet for the bishops. Eusebius describes it with breathless wonder. Soldiers with drawn swords stand guard at the palace gates, but the men of God walk past them without fear. Into the inner sanctum, they recline on couches with the emperor, eating and drinking in a scene that Eusebius calls a foreshadowing of the kingdom of Christ. Constantine moves among them, giving gifts, kissing the empty eye sockets of the martyrs, playing the benevolent father. For a moment, it seems to work. The church is united, the creed is signed, the fracture is healed. But as the bishops pack their bags to return to their dioceses, the ink on the parchment is barely dry, and the doubts are already creeping back in. Homoousios is a hard word to swallow. Many signed it only to please the emperor. The Arian controversy is not over. It has merely gone underground, where it will fester and mutate. Constantine watches them leave, satisfied. He believes he has imposed order on chaos. He has standardized the date of Easter. He has defined the nature of God. He is the bishop of those outside the church, the architect of spiritual unity. But he does not see that by using the power of the state to enforce doctrine, he has changed the nature of the church forever. The persecuted minority has become the persecuting majority. The cross, once a symbol of suffering, is now a symbol of imperial authority. As the summer heat fades over Nicaea, a shadow falls over the imperial family. The triumph of the council is the high watermark of Constantine's reign. The tide is about to turn. The unity he forced upon the church stands in stark contrast to the disintegration of his own house. He travels toward Rome for the anniversary celebrations, but he carries with him a darkness that no creed can banish. The tragedy of Crispus and Fausta is waiting for him in the West, a domestic horror that will stain his hands with blood that baptism cannot easily wash away. The bright theological light of Nicaea fades into a darkness so profound that historians are still groping for the truth 17 centuries later. We are in the summer of 326 AD. Constantine has traveled to Rome to celebrate the conclusion of his Visionalia, the 20th year of his reign. But the festivities in the Eternal City are suffocated by a heat wave that seems to rise from the very stones of the Forum, thick, oppressive, and silent. The cheering crowds are there, the games are held, but inside the imperial residence on the Palatine Hill, the air is poisonous. We are witnessing the unraveling of the House of Constantine, the man who united the empire, who united the church, who claimed to bring peace to the world, is about to destroy his own family with a cruelty that would make a Greek tragedian weep. The tragedy centers on two figures who should be the pillars of the dynasty. The first is Crispus. He is Constantine's eldest son, born of Minervina. He is now roughly 29 years old, in the prime of his life. He is the Golden Prince. It was Crispus who broke the fleet of Licinius at the Hellespont. It was Crispus who led the legions on the Rhine. He is handsome, charismatic, and beloved by the army. And that, in the paranoia of a Roman court, is a death sentence. To an aging emperor who has spent his life removing rivals, a popular, competent son can start to look less like an heir and more like a challenger. Constantine looks at Crispus and perhaps sees a reflection of his younger, hungrier self, a wolf waiting for the old alpha to stumble. The second figure is Fausta. She is the empress, the daughter of Maximian, the wife who has stood by Constantine for nearly 20 years. She has given him 3 sons of her own, Constantine II, Constantius II, and Constans. She is a political creature, born in the purple, with the ruthlessness of her father in her blood. She looks at Crispus, the stepson who stands between her own children and the throne, and sees a threat. If Constantine dies tomorrow, Crispus becomes emperor, and her sons are at his mercy. And in Rome, mercy is a rare commodity. What happens next is shrouded in whispers and the deliberate silence of the official record. The ancient sources offer us a lurid, noir-like scandal that echoes the myth of Phaedra and Hippolytus. The rumor that spreads through the palace corridors is that Fausta has accused Crispus of a terrible crime. Some say she claimed he tried to rape her. Others say she claimed he was plotting treason to seize the throne. A darker, more salacious whisper suggests she fell in love with her stepson, and when he rejected her, she decided to destroy him before he could expose her. Whatever the specific lie or truth, the accusation strikes Constantine at his most vulnerable point, his fear of betrayal. He has just spent 20 years fighting civil wars. He has just executed Licinius. His nerves are frayed. He snaps. The order is given. It is not a public trial. There is no defense allowed. Crispus is stripped of his rank, his honors, and his name. He is sent to the fortress of Pola on the peninsula of Istria, modern Croatia. There, in the cold silence of a prison cell, the hero of the Hellespont is executed. Some accounts say he was poisoned. Others say he was beheaded. But the light of the dynasty is snuffed out. The Golden Prince is dead, killed by the father who raised him. But the bloodletting does not stop there. The tragedy has a second act. Shortly after the death of Crispus, a new fury takes hold of Constantine. Perhaps his mother, Helena, who loved her grandson Crispus dearly, storms into the palace, screaming the truth at her son. Perhaps she reveals that Fausta lied, that the accusation was a fabrication to clear the path for her own brood. Or perhaps Constantine, in his grief, simply realizes he has been played. The grief of the emperor turns into a cold, terrifying rage. Fausta is in Rome. She is perhaps taking a bath, seeking relief from the stifling July heat. The soldiers arrive. They do not drag her to a dungeon. They lock the doors of the bathhouse. They stoke the furnaces. They heap wood onto the fires until the hypocaust, the underfloor heating system, turns the room into an oven. The steam becomes scalding. The air becomes unbreathable. Fausta, the daughter of an emperor, the wife of an emperor, the mother of 3 future emperors, is suffocated in the steam of her own luxury. It is a death that leaves no mark, a clean execution. But it is horrifying in its intimacy. It is a domestic murder carried out with the machinery of the state. The silence that follows is total. Constantine orders a damnatio memoriae, a condemnation of memory, on both of them. Their names are chiseled off inscriptions. Their faces are smashed on statues. It is illegal to speak their names. It is as if they never existed. The emperor continues his Visionalia celebrations, watching the chariot races, receiving the applause, while the ghosts of his wife and son stand unseen in the imperial box. Historians have struggled to reconcile the Constantine of Nicaea, the gentle, blushing servant of God, with the Constantine of 326, the man who boiled his wife and executed his son. How can one man be both a saint and a monster? The answer lies perhaps in the nature of power itself. Constantine believed he was chosen by God to rule. Therefore, any threat to his rule was a threat to God's plan. To preserve the peace of the church, he had to preserve the unity of the throne, even if it meant pruning his own family tree with a bloody axe. But the guilt remains. Zosimus, a pagan historian who hated Constantine, tells a story that, while likely propaganda, captures the psychological mood of the time. He says that after the murders, Constantine sought purification. He went to the pagan priests, asking how he could be cleansed of the sin of killing his own blood. The priests shook their heads. There is no purification for such deeds in our traditional rites, they said. The stain was too deep. Then, an Egyptian Christian priest approached him and said, "The God of the Christians forgives all sins, no matter how great, if one repents." Zosimus claims This is why Constantine fully embraced Christianity, because it was the only religion that offered him a way to live with himself. Whether true or not, the shadow of 326 changes him. He becomes more withdrawn, more focused on the next world. The building of churches accelerates. The laws become harsher. He is a man running from his own memories. And in the center of this wreckage stands the figure of Helena. The empress mother is now an old woman, nearing 80. She has seen her son rise to the height of the world, and she has seen him sink into the depths of moral abyss. She has lost her grandson. She looks at the palace, now empty of Crispus and Fausta, and perhaps she feels the need to leave, to escape the blood-soaked stones of Rome. She needs an act of penance, not just for herself, but for her son. She needs to find something pure in a world that has become terribly complicated. She turns her eyes east, not to Constantinople, the city of power, but to Jerusalem, the city of redemption. She decides to go on a pilgrimage. She will walk where the Savior walked. She will try to find the physical evidence of the God who forgives. The tragedy of the palace pushes the drama out of Rome and onto the dusty roads of Judea. The shadows in the palace lengthen, stretching across the sea, leading us towards the Holy Land. The emperor stays behind to rule a silent house, while the mother goes to find the cross. The dust of Rome settles behind the imperial carriage, replaced by the white, blinding glare of the Judean sun. It is the year 326 AD, late in the year, or perhaps early 327. We are traveling with an old woman, a matriarch whose face is etched with 80 years of survival. She is Helena, the Augusta, the mother of the master of the world. But she does not travel like a conqueror. She travels like a penitent. She has left the suffocating, blood-tinted air of the palace, where her grandson and daughter-in-law were erased from existence, and she has come to the edge of the empire to find something that can wash the family name clean. This is not a vacation. It is a rescue mission for the soul of the Constantinian dynasty. Helena is arguably the most powerful woman in the world, carrying the emperor's unrestricted credit card. The imperial treasury is at her disposal, but her mission is humble. She is looking for a grave. To understand the magnitude of her task, we must visualize Jerusalem as it stood in the 4th century. It was not the Jerusalem of Jesus. That city had been obliterated by the Roman legions in 70 AD and again in 135 AD. The city Helena enters is named Aelia Capitolina. It is a Roman pagan colony built by the Emperor Hadrian to erase the memory of Judea. Where the Jewish temple once stood, there are statues of Jupiter and Hadrian, and most painfully for the Christians, the site believed to be Golgotha. And the tomb of Christ has been buried under a massive stone platform supporting a temple of Venus or Aphrodite. For 200 years, the holiest spot in Christendom has been the site of pagan rites, perhaps even sacred prostitution. The memory of the true location lives on only in the whispers of the local Christian community, pointed out by fathers to sons in secret. Helena arrives with the force of a hurricane. She is not interested in diplomatic niceties. She orders the pagan temple torn down. Imagine the scene. Roman soldiers, usually tasked with building temples, are now dismantling one stone by heavy stone. The statues of Venus are smashed. The great stone platform is broken up and hauled away. Then the digging begins. It is the first great archaeological excavation in history. Helena stands in the dust, watching the workers shovel away tons of earth, debris, and pagan history. She is looking for the bedrock. She is peeling back the layers of Roman occupation to find the Jewish reality underneath. And then the miracle happens. The workers hit stone. They uncover a rock face that looks like a skull, Golgotha. And nearby, they find a rock-cut tomb, empty and silent. Eusebius, writing shortly after, describes the excitement. As layer after layer of the subsoil came into view, the venerable and most holy memorial of the Saviour's resurrection, beyond all hope, came into view. Constantine immediately orders the construction of a basilica that will surpass all others, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. He writes to the Bishop of Jerusalem, Macarius, telling him to spare no expense. Let the gold be as much as you need. Let the marbles be the rarest. But the legend of Helena goes deeper than the architecture. Tradition tells us that she wanted more than the site. She wanted the wood. She wanted the tangible evidence of the passion. According to the stories that would captivate the medieval world, Helena orders the excavation of a cistern near the site. There, preserved in the dry earth, they find 3 wooden crosses. But which one is the true cross? The legend says that Helena, with the wisdom of a matriarch, suggests a test. She brings a dying woman, or in some versions, a corpse, to the site. They touch the woman with the first cross, nothing. The second cross, nothing. But when the third cross touches her, the woman's eyes flutter open, the color returns to her cheeks, and she rises, healed. It is a moment of electric faith. The wood is not just wood, it is a conduit of power. Historians debate this story vigorously. Eusebius, who knew Constantine, does not mention the finding of the cross, only the tomb. The story of the cross appears later, perhaps growing out of the desperate need of the faithful to have something to hold on to. But whether Helena physically found the wood or not, she found the idea of the Holy Land. She transformed Palestine from a Roman backwater into the spiritual center of the world. She traveled to Bethlehem, where she identified the cave of the Nativity and ordered a church built there, the Church of the Nativity, which still stands, the oldest church in the Holy Land. She went to the Mount of Olives and built the Church of Eleona, marking the site of the Ascension. She moves through the landscape like a terraforming force. She is turning the geography of the Gospels into a map of pilgrimage. Before Helena, Christians visited these sites in secret, if at all. After Helena, the Holy Land becomes a destination. She invents the concept of Christian tourism. She walks barefoot, feeding the poor, bowing to the common people, acting not as an empress, but as a servant. It is a stark contrast to her son, who sits in Nicomedia, wrapped in gold and silence. Helena is the human face of the regime, the grandmother trying to knit the world back together with prayer and charity. There is a profound emotional resonance to her journey. She is an old woman who was once a cast-off barmaid, now shaping the history of the world. She knows that her son's hands are stained with the blood of his family. Every church she builds, every relic she uncovers, is perhaps a silent plea for his soul. She is building a ladder to heaven for a man who seems determined to rule the earth. She sends pieces of the true cross, if we believe the legend, back to Constantinople, including nails from the crucifixion. Legend says one nail was forged into Constantine's helmet and another into the bit of his horse's bridle, a literal fulfillment of the prophecy that that which is upon the bit of the horse shall be holy to the Lord. It is a protective magic, a grandmother trying to shield her son from the consequences of his own power. Helena dies shortly after her return, around 328 or 329 AD, in the presence of her son. She is buried in Rome, in a mausoleum that was originally intended for Constantine. Her sarcophagus is massive, carved from porphyry, depicting scenes of Roman cavalry riding over barbarian enemies. A strangely martial tomb for a saint, but fitting for the mother of a warrior emperor. Her legacy, however, outlasts the stone. She created the physical infrastructure of Christianity. Every time a pilgrim walks the Via Dolorosa, every time a crusader marched to Jerusalem, every time a tourist visits the Manger Square, they are walking in the footsteps of the 80-year-old woman who refused to let the grass grow over the memory of her God. She showed the world that history is not just what is written in books, it is what you can dig out of the ground. The news of her death leaves Constantine alone in a way he has never been before. The last link to his humbler past, to the days of Nisus and the stable, is gone. He is now truly the solitary emperor. The building projects continue, the laws continue, the administration of the vast machine grinds on. But the sun is beginning to dip lower in the sky. The energy of the rain is turning towards the final act. The builder of earthly cities must now prepare for his entry into the heavenly one. The water of the Jordan, which Helena visited, is calling to him. But it is the water of baptism that he has delayed for so long. The white robe is waiting. The final section of our story approaches, where the man who conquered the world must finally surrender to the inevitability of his own end. The wheel of time turns one last time. It is the spring of 337 AD. The world has changed utterly since the days when a young officer fled the court of Nicomedia on a stolen horse. The Roman Empire is at peace, unified under a single cross. The temples are quiet. The new capital on the Bosphorus is teeming with life. But the man who built it all is tired. Constantine is now 65 years old, a vast age for a Roman emperor. His hair is white, though often hidden beneath the jeweled diadem. His face, immortalized in marble, bears the weight of 1,000 decisions, some brilliant, some bloody. But the fire of ambition has not yet gone out. Even at the end, he is planning one last great adventure. He is gathering a massive army to march east against the Sassanid Persians. It is to be the ultimate crusade, a war to protect the Christians of Persia, a war to bring the light of the West to the ancient East. The legions are assembling, the trumpets are sounding. But the body, that stubborn vessel of clay, finally rebels against the iron will of the spirit. Around Easter, a comet appears in the sky. To the ancients, it is a harbinger of the death of kings. Constantine falls ill. It is not a wound from a sword, but a sickness from within, a wasting fever that saps the strength from his limbs. He tries to cure it with the hot baths at Helenopolis, the city he named after his mother. He prays at the shrine of the martyr Lucian, but the fever does not break. He realizes, with the clarity of a man who has looked death in the face many times, that this is a battle he cannot win with strategy or cavalry. The campaign against Persia will have to be fought by others. He is being called to a different kind of tribunal. He travels to a villa at Akirion, just outside Nicomedia. He lies on a couch, looking out at the gardens, surrounded by his bishops. And here, he makes the decision that has puzzled historians for centuries. For his entire life, Constantine has been the champion of Christianity, the builder of churches, the convener of Nicaea. But he has never technically been a Christian. He is a catechumen, an inquirer. He has delayed his baptism for decades. Why? Was it political caution? Or was it a theological strategy? In the 4th century, many believed that baptism washed away all prior sins: murder, perjury, adultery, war. But there was a catch. There was no guarantee of forgiveness for sins committed after baptism. Constantine, a man who ruled by the sword, who executed rivals and family members, likely calculated that he needed to keep his get-out-of-jail-free card until the very last moment. He wanted to die with a clean soul, and to do that, he had to wait until he could sin no more. Now, the moment has come. He calls for the Bishop Eusebius of Nicomedia, a different man from his biographer. He confesses his sins. He asks for the sacrament. The scene is one of profound transformation. The servants strip away the imperial regalia. The purple cloak, dyed with the blood of sea snails, is folded away. The heavy jeweled diadem is removed. The armor is unbuckled. The Lord of the world stands naked before God. He steps into the water, or has it poured over him. When he emerges, he does not put the purple back on. He is dressed in the snowy white robes of a neophyte, a new believer. He lies back on his funeral couch, a white figure against the white sheets, glowing with a strange, final peace. He refuses to touch the insignia of the state again. He tells his generals, "Now I am truly happy. Now I see the divine light." On May 22nd, 337 AD, on the Feast of Pentecost, the breath leaves him. The man who reunited the empire, who turned the course of history, who bound the classical world to the cross, dies not as an emperor, but as a simple Christian soul. The funeral procession that follows is a spectacle of grief that rivals the triumphs of the past. His body is placed in a golden coffin, draped in purple, which he can no longer refuse. It is carried to Constantinople, the city of his heart. The soldiers, the rough men who followed him from York to the Milvian Bridge to the banks of the Tigris, tear their clothes and weep. They feel the ground shifting beneath their feet. They know that the giant has fallen, and the world will be smaller without him. He is buried in the Church of the Holy Apostles, the mausoleum he designed for himself. And even in death, his ego remains magnificent. His sarcophagus is placed in the center of the rotunda. Around it are 12 empty cenotaphs, monuments to the 12 apostles. Constantine rests in the middle, the 13th apostle, the apostolos, equal to the apostles. It is a final statement of his place in the cosmos. He is the man who finished the work that the fishermen of Galilee began. His legacy is everywhere. He leaves the empire to his 3 surviving sons, Constantine II, Constantius II, and Constans. Predictably, they will immediately begin murdering each other, plunging the world back into chaos. The political unity he forged will shatter, but the cultural unity will endure. He found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. He found the empire a pagan state and left it a Christian civilization. Because of him, the future kings of Europe will be anointed in the name of Christ. Because of him, the cathedrals of the Middle Ages will rise. Because of him, the calendar we use, the holidays we celebrate, the very structure of Western thought will be irrevocably changed. As we stand at the door of the tomb, the candles flickering in the draught, we look back one last time at the life of Flavius Valerius Constantinus. We see the boy in the Balkans, the hostage in the palace, the rider in the night, the general on the bridge, the emperor on the throne, the sinner in the bathhouse, the penitent in the white robe. He was a man of contradictions, cruel and pious, arrogant and humble, a Roman traditionalist and a radical revolutionary. He was the bridge between antiquity and the Middle Ages. The sun has set on the classical world. The night has come, but in the darkness, a new kind of star is burning, fixed in the firmament by the man who dared to look at the sun and see a sign. Now, let the heavy golden curtain of history fall gently back into place. The shouting of the legions has faded into the whisper of the wind through the cypress trees. The clash of swords at the Milvian Bridge is just a distant echo, soft as a heartbeat. The marble cities, the purple robes, the glittering mosaics, let them all dissolve into the mist. We have walked a long road tonight, from the dark, chaotic storms of the 3rd century to the bright, white silence of the baptismal font. We have seen empires rise and fall like tides in the moonlight. But now the history book is closed. The dates and the names are drifting away like leaves on a river. You are safe here, in your own time, in your own quiet space. The struggles of Constantine are over. His restless spirit has found its rest, and now it is time for you to find yours. Feel the weight of your own body sinking into the softness of your bed, just as the old emperor sank into his white robes. Let your breathing slow down, matching the rhythm of the waves on the shore of the Bosphorus. In and out, in and out. There is no more strategy to plan, no more battles to fight, no more walls to build. There is only the peace of the night. Imagine a single candle burning in a vast dark room. It flickers once, twice, and then goes out, leaving a warm, comforting darkness. The story is done. The past is asleep, and you are drifting with it, floating on the river of dreams, moving gently toward the dawn. Sleep now. The world will still be there when you wake.